What's up? You caught me snarfing some food down. And I gotta show you guys something, because I'm super proud of it. So I have to show you. So as you guys know, Sass and I have been working on something called high beam hauntings. We tried to be serious. We really did. And we are serious sometimes. A lot of times. But if you've watched me for any length of time, you know that we're really not all the time, right? So we've done a few episodes. We've done a lot of filming. We don't have everything put out yet. But at Gettysburg, we're going to be launching something different. Something really cool that we're both really excited about. And so today, I realized that I didn't get a banner done. So I had to get a banner done. And I want you guys to see this banner because I'm proud of it. And we both think it's hilarious. Okay, so come here. Come really close. Come really close. Ready? What? Just hold on. Just hold on. Are you ready? Check that out. Some really, really crazy epic shit. I'm proud of that. I'm proud of that. I mean, here. You want to zoom in. You know you want to zoom in. You know you want to zoom in. So I took some of our favorite pictures. Some of the places that we've been. Some crazy awesome shit. I'm just saying, I'm really, really proud of how this banner came out. I'm proud of it. I think it looks great. I found 2 good photos. Anyway, I just wanted to share this with you guys because there will be a big new announcement from Gettysburg, live from Gettysburg. So you don't want to miss that. I'm just saying, you don't want to miss that. But I wanted to show you that because it looks great and we're both proud of it. We're both proud of it. So yeah. I'm just going to warn you guys right now. My sugar is high. You're welcome. By high, I mean 170. By high, I mean 170. If you guys did not get on the list last night, there are still a couple of spots available tonight. I almost considered adding a couple more, and then I thought, nope. I have to do laundry, pack some stuff. I have a whole bunch of stuff to do before we leave Wednesday night, Thursday, etc. It feels really quiet in here, doesn't it? Like really quiet. So, let's start with some mini past life readings. The other ones, I think, have already been uploaded. Let me see. I also just realized that I did not get today's Sunday sermon uploaded because I've been working on banners all day. But let's look at. Because I think that these things have already been put up. But let me make sure before I make an S of myself. How are you? Oh, look, Christine's like they have and they were sent. Oh, I have to get thumbnails for those. YouTube picks the absolute worst thumbnails of me. The worst ever. The worst ever. All right. I don't know what I'd do without a Christine. I'm just saying. I don't know what I would do without a Christine. It's 700. Oh my God, that's insane. That's scary. That's scary high. Yeah, when I say that my sugar is high, like, I mean 180. That's high for me. That's high for me. So yeah, so if I ever tell you guys my sugar's high, A, I have a monitor and it's continually checked. But B, I'm very, very careful about it. So yeah, please don't stress when I say my sugar's high, okay? All right. That is getting downloaded. This is uploaded. That is uploaded. This is downloaded. That's downloaded. Boom, chicka, boom, boom. But we are going to get with it. So far, let me tell you, the 10 people that are on my list, there are 15 live spots tonight. You can still order a report if you would rather have a complete full read or 3 full reads. You can still order those. But I have Amanda H, Teresa D, Robbin G, Leah S, let me not say the wrong words, Stephanie P, Metta S, Renee C, Heidi S, Yolanda G, and Payton D. Those are my live reads for today. So let's start with Amanda. Yeah? Start with Amanda. Y'all are getting glasses, Bodhi, today because I've had a sinus headache and I feel like somebody is trying to push my eyeballs out of my face. And I don't like it. I don't like it. Oh, yeah. They're used to their sugar being that high. That's not healthy. That's not healthy. So, yeah. Thank you, Jesse. You've had a headache too? Yeah, I mean, I'm in Oklahoma and we've had storms forming above us since like Friday. And yeah, just straight across my eyeballs. I don't like it. I don't like it. All right, Amanda, you ready? So, Amanda, the past life that is affecting you the most right now. First of all, you were born as a male in the past life that's affecting you the most right now. And I can tell you that the main reason that this life is popping up is because you feel like, I'm going to say it this way and then I'm going to explain it. You feel like you are not enough. But it's like you don't have enough power, enough personal power, enough whatever. The life that's, I don't want to say bothering you because it's not the right word, but I am going to use that word because it's the word that keeps coming up, is the life that is bothering you the most right now. Is one where I'm going to say this is about, you were born in like 790 AD, so like 790 AD. After the year like 800, you were born to just normal farmer family. I'm trying to see where, so I'm going to go ahead and like talk the rest of it, and then because it's like I keep seeing the farm, etc., like your chores, you doing the things. And like I keep seeing the same thing over and over and over. So what I keep seeing is you working outside with some kind of tool in the dirt, helping family plant items. Someone comes by on a horse, a knight comes by, speaks to your father about his boys joining the local military, the local army. You know, there's a name for them and I can't pronounce it. I am going to say that this is France just because of the language, but it's either far eastern France or the countries that were there. It's an interesting language and I don't really recognize it, to be honest. It has a little bit of the French pronunciation in it, but I don't recognize it all the way. So it might be Romani, I don't know, but he's speaking a language I don't really readily recognize. But anyway, So he comes by asking your father about, you know, how many sons he has and blah, blah, blah. And of course you are too young. You're only like 10. But the man comes back by about 4 weeks later and mentions to your father that any of his sons that want to join will be trained and taken care of and blah, 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 blah. I only see you for some reason. I feel like there are a couple of smaller siblings, younger siblings that are sickly. And I don't see your mom a lot. I think that mom is sickly as well, because it's like you and dad are outside in the front. There are 2 boys in the back, back there, working back there. But mom and like 3 younger siblings are inside constantly. And your dad is kind of like, absolutely not. My boys are not going to join up. Like, I need them here, blah, 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 blah. You take it upon yourself when you are 11. So just a few weeks after this second incident or visit, we're not going to say incident. You take it upon yourself to go to, like, to run away, basically. And to go into the town, like you leave at night when your parents think you're asleep. You go into town, and in the morning you find this man and you go to sign up for this, telling him that your father, sent you. He doesn't question it, whatever. You're welcomed in, you're trained. Your father, about a week later, finally comes to town and has been frantically looking for you, and they refuse to give you back because they have already started training you and put time and effort and food into you, and they refuse to give you back. And your father's really upset. At first, you're not upset for disappointing him. You're upset kind of for leaving your mom, and you kind of realize you didn't think it through, and so on and so forth. But you end up staying with this and training and fighting, and a lot of amazing things kind of mark your career in this, in that you do a lot of good, you help a lot of people, you fight in a lot of battles. Like, you're one of those guys, one of the soldiers that you're very good at it. You don't get hurt a lot. You save other people. Like, you have a very high reputation, and they offer to move you up and you don't want to because you've seen what happens to those people that they move up, and you just don't want to. So you stay in the position you're at. But you help so many people. By the way, you don't ever get married in that life. You kind of spread yourself around, if you know what I mean. You do have a few childrens out there, but you help so many people. There's a lot of things that you do helping people just in villages that you guys are going through. Pulling someone out of a burning building one time, helping people that have just gotten attacked, like things like that. There's a lot of things you do. And so even though this was an interesting life and not one that you probably would choose now, there's a lot of heartbreak. There is a lot of pain. There is a lot of, you getting hurt and things like that. You live to be about 55, 56 in that life. And then, I mean, as all career soldiers do, you end up getting a little broke down, and then a battle doesn't go so well for you. I don't know what it is. You have something right here. I don't know if this... No, it's right side. It's right side, up under your ribs right here. So I don't know if you have liver problems or a kidney problem or a weird birthmark right there, but you basically get ran through right there. And it's not a quick death, but it is what it is. But the reason that this is affecting you the most right now is because you feel like that life popped up and has been popping up either in dreams or I'm going to say memories, because you feel helpless with a lot of things. You feel like there's a lot of things that you should be doing. You feel like there's a lot of things you could be doing. And with you not being able to just take off and go like you did in that life, you feel stuck as well. And so one of the things I'm going to recommend, Amanda, is this, that you're going to have to scratch that itch of doing something bigger, of helping. I don't know what that entails for you. There's a lot of things that you can do literally from your home. without having to, you know, completely leave home and go fight in some army somewhere. But there's also, I would kind of immerse yourself in some historical documentaries or movies that are set in medieval times, that are set in, you know, those times like that, because by you seeing that imagery, it's going to spark more of this in you. And I know you're like, wait a minute, I thought that was supposed to help. It does. What it's going to do is spark some things in you that allow you to think clearer and better. So when an opportunity comes across the computer or whatever, you're able to go, oh, this is what I want to do. This is how I can help. So that's what I recommend, Amanda. Okay? Because that is what's going to help you work through. That's what's going to help you work through these things, if that makes sense. I wonder if it will let me fix something here. All right, so I am not gonna play that game. Sorry, not sorry about your life. Yeah, not gonna do that. There we go. We are going to do that. This is a good time to remind you guys, if you are new to watching me, or if you are new, if you're just new, we don't talk about politics in here. We don't talk about other creators, especially in a bad light. Don't be creepy. Don't be a jerk. My moderators, the vast majority of them, like 90% of them, are Tauruses. They 100% will screenshot you, your account, your hateful, creepy little comment or whatever, and most of them do have the time to hang out and report you repeatedly. So I'm just saying, maybe don't be creepy. Other people are here to hang out and have a safe space where they don't have to worry about the rest of the fucking world, and I ask you to respect that. And if you cannot respect that, there's a far corner over there that you can go to and fuck off from there. All right, Teresa D. I'm just saying. Just saying what I'm saying. All right, Teresa. I hope that made sense, Amanda. Immerse yourself in some of those movies, because that will help you. That will help you kind of scratch that itch, if that makes sense. All right, Teresa. I don't know if you've been hearing in your dreams or just randomly or whatever. I keep hearing a baby cry, and I don't understand if you've been hearing that or what's going on. There's a reason you've been drawn to a lot of healing. You've been words. Blah, 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 blah. There's a reason you've been drawn to a lot of healing modalities lately, because the life that's popping up for you right now, you started falling down a rabbit hole, and in falling down that rabbit hole, it led to this rabbit hole and that rabbit hole and that rabbit hole, which led you to a very holistic form of herbalism, ancient, I'm going to say ancient on purpose, midwifery, etc. Your soul always is going to gravitate towards healing and helping other people, especially women. Your soul it mainly incarnates as someone feminine, especially women. Like, you incarnate as someone that likes to help other women. So the life that's popping up for you right now is early 1600s, middle of England. No, middle of Ireland, excuse me. You travel back and forth to England three times. But you are someone who, dude, you are extremely good at what you do. You're born to like a line of healers, of midwives. Like, you deliver babies. That's what you are. That's what you learn to do. Like, your mom, your grandma, your great grandma, everyone in your maternal line from that life has done this. And so you have this uncanny knack, and I think you have it in this life too, as Teresa now. It's almost like you can sniff out when someone's pregnant. You know that before they do. Not only that, but I would bet that you also are very good at deducing if the baby is a girl or a boy, or, you know, if there's going to be problems or not. But it's really picking up a lot here lately, and you're feeling yourself be called to a lot of the herbalism and the holistic aspects of helping women, of helping babies, etc. It's really interesting. The life that's popping up, though, from the 1600s, I mean, I keep saying 1620, but I think that you're in your early 20s. So I think that you were born right before, like, 1595. 1595. I think that you're in your early 20s in 1620. You are, like, one of the top people in the area around Dublin that are delivering babies, that, I mean, wealthy women, noble women, etc., all are, you know, have you come to help. You don't get married in this life. You don't get married, and you don't ever have children of your own, even though people push you to, even though you're a very beautiful lady in this life, but there are a lot of men that want to be your suitor and so on. But you feel like you have a calling to help these women and these babies, and your work comes first, and everything in your social life is so far on the back burner. You just are oblivious when people are trying to flirt with you or anything like that. And I think that has kind of followed you into this life as well. But you are so adamant on doing what you do that you are called over to England. You go back and forth a couple of times to help noble women and things like that. You're also very good at treating babies that have a lot of problems. And so I think that you've probably been having a lot of weird dreams. I don't think they're nightmares. I'm just going to say weird dreams of, like, hearing babies cry, like hearing all kinds of things going on and so on. And I think that you can pick out a baby cry across, you know, the store like crazy. But let me say this. I am not sure why this is popping up for you right now. I'm really not. My advice, though, is going to be, because normally I can say, oh, it's popping up because X, Y, Z. My advice is going to be really look at some of the holistic aspects of healing, especially for children. Like some of the different things that, I keep seeing this one image, and I'm gonna describe that to you. It's you, kind of tall, dark, really light brown to kind of auburn hair, I guess, if that makes sense. Like, depending on the sunshine where it hits you, it depends on the color of your hair. But you're in like a floor-length gray dress, white apron over it, and you have kind of the little hat. It's really funny. A lot of people think that you're a nun. A lot of people think that you're a nun when you come by, a sister, and they treat you like one. You kind of are oblivious to it. You don't really think anything about it. You are so focused on work. I have a feeling that this is popping up not so much because of the children aspect, but because of the work aspect. You have been so drawn to working on something for you and not allowing yourself to be derailed off of that path anymore. That this was one of the lives where your soul just work, like there was never time for anything else. And I think that for some reason you feel like you need to be doing that again. I stand by what I said, though, with learning about different types of holistic help and practices and so on that you can use, as especially to help kiddos and things like that. The other thing I want to mention is this. After about your late 40s, 46 to 48, I don't see you anymore. I don't see you anymore. I see you traveling across to be honest, I think that you just get lost on your way home. I think this is why you don't like mud. I think this is why you don't like anything, like you're terrified inside of anything that acts like quicksand. I have a feeling that you either, I think you were the victim of a robbery and were pushed out into a bog or something on your way home and no one ever found you. And I think that's why you have kind of an innate fear of being alone, even though you like being alone, even though you like, you know, doing what you need to do and not having anybody right over your shoulder. Like, there's still this kind of fear that you have to talk yourself through. Like, you're fine. Like, this is your house. Nobody's gonna, you know what I mean? Like, you have to talk yourself through these things sometimes. But I also would not be surprised to know that you obsess about making sure people know where you are, where you're going, and are obsessed about making sure that people know, like, if something were to happen to you, you get this pencil and you get that pencil and you get that pair of scissors. Like, you're very adamant on making sure that everybody knows exactly what is theirs if something were to happen to you. I don't know if you were here last night. It's interesting because as I'm looking at where your, I guess, final resting place is, I read for somebody last night that, I don't remember who it was, but they ended up getting in the mud as well, and somebody came by to help them out. You have crossed paths with that woman, with somebody in her clan, her family. You have crossed paths with that person, and I don't know, I don't remember who it was that was their past life reading, but your soul and their soul, like, DNA wise, has crossed paths. I don't know if that makes sense or not. It's like you traveled roads like this and she traveled roads like this. I know I read for somebody and they met this woman, but the woman, their road traveled like this and your road went like this. And I know that they were in Scotland, so I don't know if she traveled down and crossed some of the same roads you did. I don't know. It's really interesting. But I keep seeing that. It's like a T or like a cross or whatever, but this part bows out and this kind of bows up. So they kind of do that, if that makes sense. But you've crossed paths. You two have crossed. Your souls have crossed, like where you walked. I don't think that it's the same, like, mud that they met each other in, but I don't know if that makes sense or not. I'm kind of fascinated by the two roads crossing, like what I keep seeing with the two roads crossing. I'm kind of fascinated by that. Usually I don't do past life reads 2 nights in a row, so it's really interesting to have two people cross paths like that. I know I had a card go down here. There it is. I know I had a card fall. That was just odd. I feel like I need to reiterate you paying attention to healing modalities and learning those things again. I feel like I need to point that out again because they're really, really important, especially for something in your path that's coming up within the next 5 years. And I also feel like I need to say this because I don't know if you had the thought of, oh, it's so sad that she didn't get married and had kids and stuff like that. But you in that life were perfectly happy by yourself. You were perfectly happy by yourself. If that makes sense. The card was the Maestro. So that makes sense. Have you been considering, Teresa, I'm just curious if you've been considering learning like herbalism or anything like that. Thank you, Finn. I like that it keeps like screwing up in that. Yes. I would say that this is a nudge to do so. It's a nudge to do so. I would highly recommend it. I would highly, highly recommend it. You are so welcome. You are so welcome. You do learn a lot in herbalism. I agree. It doesn't matter who you take it from. You'll learn. You'll learn. It's interesting. It's very, very interesting. All right. Robbin G, are you ready? Hey, Miss Monica. Robin. Robin, the life that is affecting you the most right now is really interesting. You didn't take a lot of time between the life you had right before you are in your meat sack now as Robin, and when you passed away. It's almost like you felt cheated and you jumped right back into something like immediately. So the first thing I saw when I started looking and paying attention is I heard music like the Big Bopper, etc., like that era of music. And then B, there's an accident. I'm trying to determine what kind of crash this is, but you are either a pilot or a driver for someone. And you help pretty well-known people move around. I really feel like you were a pilot. You were someone who was a pilot. You were a pilot in the military, and you were very, very good at it. When you got home, I'm trying to see more than that. Like right now, what I'm seeing is the accident over and over and over, and I'm like, I can't really talk about it. You know what I mean? Like I can't really talk about it right now, or I can't say the wordy word things. But you passed in a plane accident. You passed in a plane accident. Okay. You are the pilot. You are the pilot. And it involves ice. It involves some weird random freak things that happen. The perfect storm of freak things that happen. And I don't think that you really had a chance. So I'm trying to see Nebraska. Thank you. I was trying to see where it was you were born. So you were born in Nebraska. I am going to say in the late 30s, 1936. You're born a male in that life. You have big old, like what we would say, corn-fed country boy. Like just big old, broad shoulders, blonde hair. You are really, really intelligent. You are really, really intelligent. You miss going to war. You miss all of that stuff. You end up getting into the war because your father was in World War II. And you feel like you need to continue that legacy. You go into the military. You learn how to fly planes. And you find out that, like, you absolutely love it. You absolutely love it. And so I keep seeing 1958 and 1966, and I don't understand why I keep seeing those 2 years in particular, because I don't feel like either one of them coincide with, this crash. So I don't understand why I'm seeing them. It's just they keep coming up. 58 and 66 keep coming up. So I'm like, all right. It's weird. It keeps wanting me to focus on that, and I'm like, yes, but she needs to know this too. So in going through the military, you find out that you're very good at flying planes and you love flying planes. And so one of the things about this is that while you're in the military, you do meet a young lady and you do end up getting married, and you just have a daughter, just one daughter. I have a feeling that she's Asian American. She's not like from Japan or from, you know what I mean? She's Asian American. She was born here. I want to say that her family is from Taiwan, but she was born in the United States. Anyway, you meet her off of the base, like they live right outside the base. You meet her, you fall in love, you get married, etc. One kid. But you don't re-enlist. You were going to re-enlist and stay in the military the entire time, and you decide you're not going to do that because you want to be at home and be able to see your daughter and your wife and so on. And you happen to be one of those, in the right place at the right time to get a job flying people around privately. When you start to do that, you very quickly become sought after. I'm trying to get your name so that way I can tell you. So, it's irritating me because I keep hearing all of these other names, right? To be honest, I really think that 66 is when you pass away. I think that 58 is when you get out of the military. I think that 58 is when it's either when you get out of the military or when your daughter is born. But it is the decision no, it's when you get out of the military. Okay. Because when I said when your daughter was born, immediately I was like, So 58 is when you get out of the military. 66 is when you pass in the plane crash. You fly around a lot of famous people. You fly around a lot of politicians. You fly around a lot of people with a lot of money. A couple of Rockefellers, things like that. And you, to be honest, do not care. You don't care who they are. You don't care, you just care that they're paying you a good amount of money to do these things. When this crash happens, I keep seeing the ice, and it's weird. It's like this storm, and as you're flying into it, you're trying to bank around it, and it's like ice, like shards are just straight at the plane. It's one of those things that, like, it's just a freak thing. It's just a freak thing. And as this is happening, when you passed, you were angry. You were angry because I don't think that you wanted to take this flight anyway. I think that it was something where you were pressured into doing it. They said, well, we'll double your fee or whatever. And so I think that you tried to tell them, this is not a good day for this, is not a good day for this, not a good day for this. I actually think that your wife tried to ask you not to do it as well. I'm not sure if it wasn't like a birthday or anything like that. It's just she didn't want you to do it. You didn't really want to do it, but they kept offering you more and more and more money to do the flight, and so you did. So you were pretty angry when you passed. Like, you were really angry when you passed, because you felt cheated. You felt like you felt cheated. You felt cheated because you had gotten out of the military because of your wife and daughter, and this happens. So you were angry. That's why you did not take the time to learn about that life, to debrief, to anything. Like, you just went right back into another one. You went right back into being Robbin. Or not back into, but you know what I mean? Like, you immediately were like, nope, I'm going to do this. You did not want to, no, there was no No second thought. Like, you were so mad. You were so mad. So I think that this one's affecting you right now. I'm not sure, to be honest. I think that this anger is welling up again. I think as a kid, you probably had some angry outbursts and didn't know why. But I think that this anger is welling up again right now, and you don't know why. You know what I mean? Like, you don't understand why you're so angry. And it's because your soul did not take the time to decompress. Your soul did not take the time to process, and that's why it's popping up. That's why it's popping up. I'm trying to decide the best thing to tell you on how to handle this, and to be honest, I don't really know, because it's not like you can just pause being Robbin and be like, let me just go to the other side for 10 or 20 years and process and go to the debriefing. Like, it's not like I can just do that. So I am going to advise you of a couple weird things to stay away from. One is 60s music for right now. Stay away from that, especially things like, the Big Bopper, for some reason, Chubby Checker, like ones like those are ones that are always right now going to ping in you this anger, if that makes sense. They're going to make you mad because you're not going to know why. Like, I just don't want to listen to that. You slam the radio off. But the other thing I'm going to say to stay away from is, not that I think you're going to go flying in ice storms anytime soon, but pay attention to the weather. And I think that thankfully it's summertime right now. But I keep seeing the same thing over and over and over, and I'm just going to describe it to you, and I don't know if this is, I don't know. But I keep seeing the right side of a plane, like here's the cockpit, and I keep seeing right here, like not quite back to the wing, it's just right there. I don't know why. I just keep seeing that gray, that silver gray color. And then I keep seeing just ice pelting it, and I don't know why I keep seeing that over and over. I don't know if this is a nightmare that you have, I don't know why I keep seeing this over and over and over. But I'm going to advise you not to be watching movies that revolve around those time periods, the 50s and 60s. I'm going to say that I think if you were to look up, I don't know that I'm going to advise this, but I'm going to tell you because I keep seeing a picture of a woman and a little girl standing there. I think that if you were to look up plane crashes during that year, I think that you would very quickly find this photo. Don't know if you'll find a photo of yourself, but you will find a photo of them in a newspaper. I think it will take some digging. I'm not going to advise you to do it right now. I would say give it a couple months, because whatever this anger is that keeps, I don't think that it's like suddenly you're just like screaming and yelling at people. I don't think that's it. It's just like this anger inside that you can't get rid of, and it hits you really hard. You don't know why, and then it goes away and you're fine. And you do not feel like yourself when this happens, because I mean, technically you aren't. You are, but you aren't. I would really see if you could have someone go through your Akashic records and find out what you need to do to help this part of your soul. I don't know if there's anything you can do in this life. I think that it's just popping up, but there has to be a reason for it to pop up. I would highly advise booking an Akashic record reading with somebody, because I think it'll help you tremendously. I really do. I really do. I really do. That's what I was wondering too, because I've read for you a couple of times. So my question is this, because I kept seeing the year 66, and you weren't here when I said this, but so in 66, if you were born in 62, that means that you would have been 4. I don't know if you had a very big illness when you were 4, if you had a near-death experience when you were 4. I don't know what happened and what shifted, because whatever this is, it's like there was no time for this to process. Nothing. It was like bam, bam, like just so angry and mad that this happened, that you just went bam into. Does that make sense? I mean, souls can do that, especially if they are a fractal. They can do that if they are, you know, the same parts of a soul family and someone isn't here this time around. Souls can do some interesting shit. But the fact that it's just weird. It's just weird. Are you serious? When you were 4, you slipped and fell down the basement stairs and cracked your head. Interesting. Because I don't know, and your mom did nothing. I mean, I know being 4, you probably don't really remember before that, but that's crazy. I'm sorry. That's crazy. I feel like this soul just kind of was like, I don't know how to explain it. There was absolutely no processing. You know what I mean? The soul passed away and was like, nope, and went straight back. Like, didn't process at all. I don't even think made it all the way over to the other side. I don't think so. I think that they were just like pissed. Just pissed. So what is a soul fractal, or a fractal part of the soul? A fractal part of a soul happens when a soul gets really old and splits. A soul can split on purpose, or a soul can split from damage. Like, say that you do love flying. I'm going to describe this because I feel like Robbin needs to hear it too. When a soul gets old, thanks, Sass. And when I say old, I mean like you've had hundreds and hundreds of incarnations. It would be just like if you did the same job for 100 years, you would be like, I hate this and I don't ever want to see this piece of paper again. You know what I mean? Like, but if somebody said, oh, you've done this job for 100 years and now it's 101, and now if you want, you could leave part of yourself here to do the job, and you can kind of split and make a clone of yourself. And so one part of you can do the job and the other part can do something else. You would take it in a heartbeat, wouldn't you? Just like on Rick and Morty where he has Space Beth. So, you know, one Beth can stay with Jerry and the kids, and one Beth can go, you know, run around space. Same. That is what a fractal is. A soul can have more than one fractal. Usually it starts off with 1. Sometimes it's 2 or 3. I personally have never seen more than like 4 fractals of a certain soul. I'm not saying there can't be. I'm just saying I personally have never seen that. But when a soul is split like that, your employer wants to Xerox you. Okay, that's funny. Be like, well, I'm already a clone. You're already getting 2 of me. So let me ask you this, Robbin. Do you have a very dualistic personality? Like you can flip back and forth like this between those personalities? And I don't mean it in like a mental health crisis. Like you can completely stop a way of thinking and split to something and shift to something else. It's almost like you can legitimately be 2 different people without anything. And not in a bad way. Yep. So when a soul has split and had a fractal or something like that, what happens is eventually they come back together. whether it is as twins, you know, born twins in one life, or they could be born like soulmates. They could be born, and not, I mean like best friend soulmates, not love soulmates, best friend soulmates, mother, daughter, father, son, like something like that. Or they can completely come back together in one swoop like that. So I'm not going to lie, my hair stood up on my arms when you said that you slipped and fell down the basement steps when you were 4. I am not going to lie. So, yeah, I'm not going to lie. That my hair stood up. I'm going to advise, again, I'm going to stick by my advice of having someone read your Akashic records. And I'm going to stick by, I would say, doing a soul retrieval would also help you tremendously as well. It happened twice. Robbin. Girl. Twice. That's insane. That's insane. Which then makes me wonder if that wasn't you, your soul coming back together completely. And that's why it happened twice. Because I would think once, especially if you fell hard enough to, you know, crack. So you've had a lot of times in your life that you shouldn't be here then. I have a feeling that this life is all about you pulling your fractals back in. The fractals all pulling back in together. That's crazy. That's crazy. I mean, it happens. It happens. And especially with, you were in the children's hospital for a week. Holy shit. I would be willing to bet that that your soul had more than one fractal, and you pulled them all of you. You have pulled all of you back together. I'm just saying. Having one accident in a life is one thing, but specifically having one that coincides with what I just said, and then having another accident the exact same, and then having a really serious bike wreck, like, to the point you're in the hospital, that's a lot in a young life. That's a lot in a young life. That's a lot. I would say a soul retrieval would help you as well in pulling all of your energy, and because even if you pulled those fractals back in, there's still energy tethers that are out there. I think that by doing a soul retrieval, by getting your energy all back together at once, I think that is the absolute best way for you to do that. To repair any holes, to, you know, it'd be like if you were about to make a clay bowl and you saw that there was like a crack, and all you got to do is like smear it a little bit to get it, you know, smoothed out. That's what you need to do to smooth out any energy that's out there that has issues, that still has cracks in it, etc. That's what I would say, Robin. I would also dive down the rabbit hole of what a fractal is as far as souls are concerned. If you look up fractals online, you're obviously going to see the geometric patterns and so on. So that's what I would 100% recommend. That's what I would 100% recommend. Yeah. Because that's a little crazy, Robin. That's a little crazy. In a cool way, not in a bad way. Okay? So when I say that's a little crazy, in a really cool, crazy way. Like, oh my God, that's fucking crazy. You know, not in a bad way. If that makes sense. I almost spit my tea everywhere, Robin, damn it. Robin said, I am crazy. I mean, we're all a little crazy. We're all a little crazy. I'm just saying, we all have a little bit of Captain Jack in there. Some of us have more, but we all have a little bit of Captain Jack in there. All right, let me get back on track here. Leah, is it Leah or Leah? Is next. Leah, gotcha. You're welcome, Robin. Yeah, I would start with a soul retrieval. I would start with a soul retrieval. I would start with a free one on YouTube too. I would, 100%. Not that, you know, I'm saying don't join someone's, you know, soul retrieval group or whatever, but I'm saying that's where I would start, as a free one. So, all right, Leah. Leah. Why we gotta start in the middle of the pulling the cards out of the deck? I don't know, but all right, that's what's happening. You've been having dreams of like swimming in black. I don't know how else to explain it. It's like I kept seeing a ton of black, like I'm swimming in ink, but literally swimming through it. Like comfortably swimming through it, not something that you're panicking about. Swimming in general, yes. It's weird. I just keep seeing the black, but okay. I am not sure what year this is. I'm going to say probably 200 or 300 maybe AD. And I'm going to have to describe what I'm seeing because I'm seeing some interesting images that I don't really understand. Scarly may be able to help, but this is, you were born somewhere, I'm going to say in what is modern day Brazil. The vast majority of your life is spent in this humongous cavern. And that's why you're comfortable. That's why you're comfortable in the dark. So let me describe this, and I'm going to tell you why you've been feeling the way you've been feeling lately and why you're drawn to what you're drawn to, because I think that you've been drawn to a lot of things around this practice, but not knowing why. This is why. So I can't see your birth. I can't see your parents. What I can see is you about 5 years old in this massive cavern. Outside the cavern is this gorgeous blue, I mean like milk blue. I don't know how to explain it, but you guys know what I'm talking about when I say that. Like the water isn't clear. It's like milk, but it's this gorgeous blue at the same time. So the pool is out there in the front. There are pathways around it to get to this cavern. Now, in today's time, though, this cavern is underwater. This pool is really, really deep. But this used to be a pool right here outside of this cavern. In this cavern, I see you about 5, and I see you in there with other people of varying ages. Not a lot, maybe 5 or 10 people. You're all dressed the same. You're all carrying the same type of torch. And the reason I say the same type of torch is it's like a ritualistic type. They're all shaped exactly the same, and they all have the same kind of pitch on them that's burning. And it smells really sweet. Like, it has a floral scent to it. There's some red flower that's used in this. It has a floral scent to it. So even though this is burning, and normally you would smell the burning of, you know, whatever that pitch is that's on there, like this is, there's a red flower that's crushed up and put into it. This is a ritual space. I don't know, like I said, I can't see when you were born. I can't see your parents. All I can see is like, you're 5. Like, I know you didn't like stroll out of the womb at 5 years old. So I don't know if there was a very traumatic beginning. I don't know. But you're just 5. You are the youngest in this group. There are 8 others. There we go. Because there are 6. There are 3 on each side walking like this. There's you. And then there's 2 people up here. So like there's 3 people on each side right here. You are bringing up the rear, and there's 2 people in the front. And the front person is not the leader. It's the second person is the leader. The front person is carrying a huge torch and a basket of things, of something. I kind of have the feeling that there is something alive in this basket because there is a lid on it and they're holding it very carefully and it keeps moving. But you're going into this cave. I mean, when I say cave, I mean, this is massive. Like the roof of this cavern is probably 30 feet overhead. It is humongous. And I feel like this, like, I don't feel like anything bad happens to you. I feel like they're taking this, whatever is alive in here, into the cave to let it go. Like it's not a sacrifice or anything. They're taking it in there to let it go. I feel like this group that you're a part of is a very intense, ritually focused group. And I feel like it's almost like what you would call today where people go to spaces and homes to clear them. Because this is like, this cavern is like home base. You guys live here. Because what I'm seeing, you're walking down the middle of the cavern, and the cavern floor is kind of curved like this. But down here on the sides, there are bedding. There's a lot of bats in here too. There's a lot of bedding. There is remnants of fire. One of them over here is still kind of smoking. Like there's stores, there's food, you know, things like that. There's a certain area of the cavern where it kind of splits. There's a very wide place that goes here and a smaller area that goes here. Right now, you're not allowed, the 6 and you are not allowed to go beyond that. I feel like when they let the thing go, it's over here in this bigger part. And this over here, for some reason, I don't think you ever go in there because it just feels like it's blocked. Like I can't see anything over there. But here, I can see that this, you go back here eventually. I don't think you live past about 15 in this life. And I don't think that it's from anything. I think that it's a natural disaster, to be honest. I don't think that it is something that like somebody does to you. I think that either the cave floods, something happens, because it's almost like I feel like you are in that back area. You end up getting washed into that back area. It's dark, it's black, it's ink. And what's funny, it's not funny, but what's interesting is that you feel okay about it. I think that it's because you've been trained your entire life, your young life, that this is just the next step. Excuse you. I also would not be surprised that you don't fear passing away. I would not be surprised to know that you don't fear passing away in this life. But I think that you've been seeing a lot of symbols. I think you've been seeing a lot of face markings. I think you've been seeing something, it's white with red markings and a red feather. I think that you've been seeing a lot of things in dreams and visions, travelings, whatever. You don't fear death. We live our lives, and then whatever's next is next. That's interesting. I think you've been seeing a lot of symbols that you don't really understand. And the thing is, I don't know if there is a solid way for you to research these symbols because I'm not sure that they exist anymore. And I think that when you travel, you always like to do the underground tours. What? So you're comfortable in caves and caverns. Thanks, Christine. I'm glad you saw that. I'm glad you pinned that. I don't think that there's a way for you to actively study these symbols because I think that they have been lost. But I think that it's going to be very hard. There are still remnants of them today, but I think that the actual symbols you're seeing have been lost, if that makes sense. I would be looking at falling down the rabbit hole of some of the documented tribes in the Amazon. I can't tell you exactly where in the Amazon basin this is, but that is where it is. I think that this is a pretty famous, hole. I'm going to say it that way. I know there are a bunch of them. I think that you'll know it when you see it, but it is one, you know, you can dive in and so on, but it is extremely deep. There is a huge cavern in the bottom. When you were alive in this lifetime, the water was at the base of the cavern. Like, I really feel like whatever natural disaster happened is what, yeah. But I think that's why you're feeling this draw, this call to a lot of those types of cultures, and you can't explain it or pinpoint it because I don't know that we even know. I don't know that we even know. Does that make sense? I would really start paying attention to some of the documented tribes and their markings and so on. I think that you'll find something very, very similar. And I think that because I feel like this is popping up because you are searching for it. You've been seeing like I think you've been seeing 3 symbols over and over, but I think one in particular you are obsessed with, and you cannot, every time you try to draw it, you can't reproduce it. It never comes out right. And then you get frustrated because you can see it up here, but you can't reproduce it on paper. And I think that paying attention to those things and possibly going down that rabbit hole might help you to get it, pull it out of your brain and get it correct on the paper. I also think that when you find this place, when you find a photo of it, when you find something that looks very similar to what you're seeing in your dreams and so on, I think that will help to unlock the rest of what you've been seeking. I would not be surprised if you end up taking a trip to the Amazon. I really wouldn't. I really wouldn't be surprised. I don't think that this is the year to do it, but I think that in the future, that is something that would be a good idea to try to visit this place, if that makes sense. You've been planning a trip to South America. Stop it. Have you really? No, I haven't recolored it. That's interesting. Out of curiosity, where have you been wanting to go? So did you almost shit cookies when I said that you should go there? Brazil and Argentina. I mean, Thank you, Miss Marva. 15 months is a long time to be a subscriber. I really appreciate it. That's awesome. You know that we all want to see photos. Like, you know that we all want to see photos. You just have more reason to go now. Yeah. Yeah. I think Scarly posted the name of what these pools around the caves are. That might help you find it. That's why I was like, Scarly may know. She's our resident Latin historian. We'll just say it that way. I'm a little flabbergasted myself to see that you've already been planning a trip. Do you understand what I'm talking about when I say that you've been seeing these symbols and you cannot seem to reproduce them? Just out of curiosity. Good. Oh no, somebody ate my boba. Oh no. I'm not sorry about that at all. You are very welcome. I gotta find a good boba place up there. My favorite place is Kung Fu Tea. I love Kung Fu Tea. I've had boba all over the United States, but Kung Fu Tea is my favorite. I am obsessed with their apple green tea. Obsessed with it. It's my favorite fucking thing. Because you can have it with no sugar and it's still really super sweet. But I don't get the brown sugar boba. I just get the regular boba. All right. Stephanie P. Yeah. Just because I knew that there was a bitch in my house that was going to drink my other one. She always drinks it. I like Thai tea as well. I love milk tea. Yeah. All right. There's the Stephanie. So, chai milk tea with boba from Roppongi in downtown Tulsa is also my favorite. I love it. That's my favorite aside from the apple green tea. Yeah, I don't like tapioca pudding, but I absolutely love boba pearls. Which is weird. I don't like tapioca pudding at all. Love me some boba pearls though. So I don't understand it. All right, Stephanie. Stephanie. The fuck, I'm seeing Sesame Street. So I started seeing like The Count with Sesame Street, and then I started seeing Sesame Street, and then I started seeing like it was like going back through the years, right? Like going backwards down to like some of the first episodes, which then I started seeing some of the puppeteers that you know did the Muppets and so on, or not the Muppets, but did the you know, the puppets on Sesame Street. And there's one gentleman in particular. This is not you, but I'm telling you what I saw. This is not your past life, but there is one gentleman who has round wire-rimmed glasses. He has kind of crazy white hair that kind of sticks up a little bit. It sticks up in tufts like there, and then it kind of turns into a boof or whatever. But there's a very famous picture of him with a couple of, you know, the puppets, and he is in a blue plaid shirt. It's kind of the open button down to about here, and he has on a chain. I want to say it's a silver chain, but the picture is so funny. It faded to black and white as I started seeing it. I think it's I don't know if it's a Star of David, or I don't understand what the symbol is, but you are his mother. Because when I started seeing that, like, this is the weirdest past life to get to that I've ever seen. Like, so I'll just say that your soul is extremely creative. I would not be surprised to find out that you have dyslexia or a learning disorder or ADHD or something like that. But specifically, like, it's labeled a learning disorder, but it's not. Like, you're actually extremely intelligent. And so instead of reading like left to right, you want to read up to down and like all this other stuff. You understand, your soul understands abstract thinking and the creative abstract thinking in a way that other people don't. And it was labeled as something like bad when you were younger, but it's not. You see patterns in patterns, like, it's interesting. But in this past life that's popping up right now, you were this gentleman's mother. And it's interesting because when he first told you that he was going to become an actor, you were happy. When he told you that he was doing some voice acting, you were happy. And when he told you that you were, because you wanted to push him into doing something like that, it was something you never got to do, and you felt like it was something you always wanted to do. So encouraging him to do something like that allowed you to kind of live through him a little bit. But when he told you that he was going to work on this new show, you were happy. But when he said, I'm going to be a puppeteer, you got really upset. You got really upset. Not like mad. You're not, I mean, mad, but not mad. Like, it's not like you disowned him or anything, but you were just like, you kept telling him, I feel like you can find a better job. I feel like you can find something that, you know, that's more prestigious or whatever. And it turns out that he was one of the main puppeteers for a very, very long time, in a lot of different TV shows and movies and stuff like that, especially in the 80s. But you passed away right before everything started going really good for him. And he used that as a driving force to push forward. You were finally able to tell him like how proud you were of him and things like that before. I'm pretty sure that you got the big C word, and it was something that wasn't caught very quickly. You just knew that you hadn't felt very good. You know what I mean? Like, you just knew that you hadn't felt very good, but you didn't really pay much attention to it. You just thought, well, I'm getting older, no big deal. And then when you finally went to the doctor, they were like, oh, it's the big C, and it's progressed pretty far, and we can't do anything really about it. And it took you pretty quickly after the diagnosis. And, but I will say that he was making a pretty good amount of money. I'm working backwards. It's so funny the way that your soul and your soul's brain work, is that it's making me work backwards. But he made sure that you weren't really in pain. Like, he did everything he could to have the doctors help you. You had a nurse that for the last month was by your side 24/7, things like that. He would come and stay the night, almost every single night. He never got married. Or if he did, I don't see it. But your husband had passed away probably about 10 years before this. And you never got remarried. You focus on him. I think that he is probably the only child. With you, however, dude, you're one hell of a baker. Oh my God. You were that lady in the neighborhood that should have opened a pastry shop, like should have opened a cake shop. Like you could make some of the most, ooh, lemon meringue. Now I want fucking pie. You made lemon meringue cupcakes. You made handmade meringue. Like you literally were one of the top-notch bakers in the city that you lived in. You used to do cakes for people, things like that, like specialty desserts and stuff like that. So that was your absolute favorite thing to do. Your absolute favorite thing to do. But you did have a very hard teenage time. You had a very hard childhood in general. I can't see where or when you were born. It's like up until you're like 3, it's black. So I don't know if you had a very, very traumatic early childhood in that life or what. But I don't get the feeling that your parents were very kind or very loving. I see you alone a lot as a kid in that life. And I think that you didn't graduate high school either. You got to be about 16 and met the man that you would end up marrying. He was already 20. And before any of you guys like throw a fit about that, this is one of those things where I have a feeling that he was a traveling salesman. Came through town, came to your house. Your mom was extremely mean to him, screamed and yelled. And after she slammed the door in his face, you kind of went to the door and apologized for her. She got mad at you for that, but you apologized for her. And he smiled and said, thank you. The next day, you're at the store and you have on a really cute little white and yellow, well, cute, but you have on a really gorgeous white and yellow polka dot dress. And he sees you, comes up and talks to you and so on. Your dad is, oh my God, what a horrendous teenage time. Your dad is kind of he just drinks a lot. We'll just leave it at that. Sees you, yanks you out of the store, scream, you know what I mean? Like it ends up being like that. And this man, it's not that he feels sorry for you, it's that he feels like he wants to rescue you. He's like smitten with you, you're smitten with him. Like you end up getting out of that, getting married and moving away with him and having the one son. From there, you have a good life. Like from there, you have a good life. You didn't ever talk to your parents again after that. They kind of disowned you after that. I get the feeling that you had an older brother that as soon as he was like 16, 17, he's 4 years older than you. He took off. Like he worked a job at a gas station, got a car, and he took off and never looked back. Like both of their kids, they never heard from them again. Like they were just horrendous people. And I think you carry that with you now in this life, in that even though you didn't have that kind of childhood that you did then, you carry this, like I'm going to call it a stain because it's the only thing I can think of. Your inner child now is feeling that on a really deep level. Like people that have never done anything to hurt you in your childhood. I'm not saying everybody, because we all have somebody in our childhood that was a piece of trash, but you're feeling this on a deep level and trying to do inner child work for you, for Stephanie, but it's not for Stephanie. It's for the other you. It's for this part of your soul that's popped up. I would not be surprised if the gentleman, that was your son, I think he passed away probably like 10 or 12 years ago. But I would not be surprised if you grew up watching him. I would not be surprised if some of your favorite characters, both on Sesame Street and for a short time in some of the Muppet movies, some of your favorite, and it's really funny, even though he does do some of the more well-known characters. It was the like side characters that he mainly did, and they would be the ones that would catch your eye and you didn't know why. Like they would be your favorite ones. But you're feeling this pull because there's a lot of inner child work that you never got to work on. Like you instantly had to grow up. You never were allowed to be a kid in that life. And I think that in this life now as Stephanie, I would bet that as a little kid, people would be like, damn, those are some serious questions. Like I would bet that you got called an old soul as a little kid so much. And I would bet that I would bet that you had a hard time making friends for a little bit because of the very, very serious things all the time, because of the very serious things that came out of your mouth. You are an old soul. Like, don't think you're not. You just did not have time to do any type of inner child work in that past life. So that's why it's popping up now. So guess what I'm going to recommend? Girl, go watch all the Sesame Streets. Go start from some of the... with some of the original first episodes of Sesame Street and some of the very oldest Muppet cartoons, movies. You love to bake. Please tell me you make a wicked homemade meringue. I haven't made homemade meringue in a long time. By the way, if any of you guys ever feel the need to bring goodies if you come to visit the new shop, no one, especially me, will say no. I'm going to advise you to start and watch some of the old original Sesame Streets. I think that those will, help you connect back to that life. I think that it will help you. I think it will help you with your childhood, that childhood trauma from that past life. Because all of the things now that people do this is one of the things that sucks. If you have a past life that's popping up and the inner child in that past life or the childhood in that past life was never able to heal, if it was just a horrendous past life, then you can do all of the things to help this meat sack right now be better, and they're not going to work. They're not going to work. You know what I mean? So, girl, go watch Sesame Street. The old original beginning Sesame Street episodes. Go watch them. I think that is going to do more for the things that are popping up right now than anything. I'm just saying. I think it's also going to help you feel closer to that son. So yeah. I think that's the first time I've told somebody to go watch Muppet movies. I'm just saying. I don't think that your son did voices. I think that he did a few voices, but I think that he mainly was a puppeteer, by the way. So this is why you've been having the issues with inner child work, and why there are things that you feel like you can't let go of, but you don't know what they are that you can't let go of. You just know that nothing is working. Nothing is helping. And they keep feeling like, it's almost like a panic. It's almost like a panic. You're welcome very much. Yes, exactly. Good. I'm glad you knew what I was talking about. Yeah. I mean, that one was an interesting one. I'm not sorry about it. I'm not sorry about it. At all. I'm not sorry about it. And thank you for letting me read for you. Thank you for letting me read for you. And now we're going to take some Excedrin migraine because I can feel... Toby, that was awesome. Oh, no. I mean, it was an interesting one. I can feel the sinus pressure right there, and I don't like it. Especially because I got to wear glasses today. So, yeah. All right. Metta S, Metta. You are next, love. I'm glad you enjoyed it. I'm glad you enjoyed it. I don't know if Metta is here. I'm probably saying it wrong in my Oklahoman with the stuffed up nose. Metta. So I keep seeing, like right off the bat, I started seeing this really, really gorgeous, rich cobalt blue. And I'm not sorry about it because it's my favorite color, but I also started seeing this really intense jewel toned purple, like a really, really deep, deep purple. The other thing, they're all like really, really bright, vivid colors that I keep seeing. The blue, the purple, there's gold, there's a little bit of yellow, like there's some orange. I'm seeing like embroidery, like this really fancy, amazing cloth. And at first I was like, all right, I must be seeing ball gowns, but I'm not. I'm seeing saris. I'm seeing like bridal dress. And I think that this isn't that long ago. I don't think this was the life right before the one that you're in right now. I think that this was probably in the... this was in the early 1800s because I think... I keep getting 1870, 1871. And I think that that is when you passed away. I think that you were born in 1820s, like 1820. I don't think you lived to be very long. I lived to be very long. I don't think you lived to be very old. I think you only lived to be like 50, right at 51 when you passed. So you were born a woman in India. You were born to a, what am I seeing? I don't understand what I'm seeing. Like, I'm seeing a shop. It's a very large shop, but it's a very fancy shop. Like, there are pillars. There's mosaics on the floor. It's almost like, to be honest, it almost looks like a bathhouse or a temple. I don't understand what I'm seeing. But there are a lot of, like, I am standing in there and I'm facing the front. And there are there's one huge arch doorway and there's two smaller ones. And there are, white pillars in the middle with the ring around the top and ring around the bottom. The floor is blue and white mosaic, but all up here is painted. Like, everything is blues and oranges and yellows. Like, it's gorgeous. There are birds and trees and all kinds of stuff painted above me. But as I'm looking at the door right here, over here is like a little stand. It's almost like it's right inside this temple. And there are tons of different kinds of fruits and stuff. I think this might be like the entrance to a bathhouse or a bazaar. But your family owns this building. It is a massive building because I feel like from where I'm standing, there is a doorway right here that opens into a hallway, a corridor, and there are more. This is a bazaar. There are more shops and so on. Over here, it's like a smaller one. I feel like this is the more expensive things, like only certain people get to go in there. But behind me is water. I don't know if it's a massive fountain or if I don't know what it is. I can hear it. There's a skylight, like it's open right there. But the part I'm standing in, I'm probably 20 feet from the fountain. I'm almost right between the front door and the fountain. But I think that what I'm seeing right now is, I don't know how old you are right now. Because you're playing with a braid like this, like you're doing this, waiting for something, waiting for someone. And you're just standing there watching these doors, and you just keep doing this with the end of your braid. You know what I mean? Just like this. I think that you're 14. I think you're waiting to find out if your parents have arranged you a marriage. I don't think you got married when you're 14, so please don't think that. But I think that your sister has an arranged marriage. Your sister is 16 and a half. And in a way, you're a little jealous because the person that your parents arranged the marriage with, you feel like he is very handsome, and you feel like your sister is not as pretty as she thinks she is. There's a lot of sister rivalry there. And also, you're upset that she's going to be leaving because that is your only sister. There's a brother in between you. There's an older brother. There's your sister. Then there's another brother. Then there's you. And then there's 3 younger brothers. And the 3 younger brothers, like, I think at the moment you're like 14 and a half. The next sibling down from you is 10. It's like 10, 8, 6. Like they're little. They're young. And so you are wanting your parents to arrange you a marriage to somebody who's very, very handsome. And so you're standing here doing this, like, you know, if you had this gorgeous braid that comes down like this, and you're like doing this at the bottom of it, like just waiting to hear, and being very frustrated that your mother hasn't come to tell you anything yet. So obviously your family is pretty damn wealthy to own this bazaar, because this is like, there's no merchants in here yet. There's no people in here yet. It's early morning. It's you waiting right there. Like, your family owns this bazaar. Like, that's why I was like, I don't understand what I'm seeing. But I do feel like there is something, like, if you were to go where the fountain is, like if I were to turn around, the fountain is right here. It's not a circular fountain. It's like this. It's circle here, but it is elongated, and then there's a wall, and there's a door on each side. And I feel like behind there there's seating everywhere. Like, there are gardens on the outside. You can go in there, but in the middle there is a room, and I'm not allowed to go back there, so I don't know what that is. It's like men go back there. I don't know what I think it's gambling. To be honest, I think it's gambling, because I hear them like hooping and hollering and cheering. And I'm told I can't go back there because I'm not a man. My older 2 brothers rub it in all the time that they get to go back there, and I don't. And my younger brothers rub it in that they will get to go back there when they're older, and I don't. Like, there's a lot of sibling rivalry. To be honest, like, you have this really, I don't know why I only keep seeing you at this age, but I don't think you had a bad childhood at all. I don't. I mean, obviously, every group of siblings argue and stuff like that, but you are very, very close to the youngest brother. Like, you 2 are attached at the hip most of the time, but I don't think in any way, shape, or form you had a bad childhood. And I don't think that in this life you were treated very badly at all, because even with, I don't see, it's almost like your mom doesn't come and you get really upset. Like, you just want to sit there in the middle of the room until, you know, your sister finally comes and is like, you have to move, people are going to step on you. And because you're sitting there like throwing a fit, kind of. You do not have a marriage arranged for you for another 2.5 years. Like, you're almost 17 when this happens. And you are angry because some of your other friends already have arranged marriages, you know, like they've already had these big events and so on. And by this point, like, you're getting really, really mad, and you feel like your parents are doing this on purpose. But they're not. Your mom finally sits down and explains to you, because when they finally find someone for you to marry, you're actually really mad about it, because you know this young man, he is very cute, but you like, the 2 of you teased each other, and he teased you a lot as a kid. And so you are like really pissed, like you threatened to leave, and, you know, I'm not marrying you, like all of these things and so on. And your mom sits down and explains to you why they chose this particular boy and so on. You still don't want to hear it, but whatever these wedding garments are that they prepare for you, your sister gets mad because their family has more money than the family that she married into, and so she's mad about that. but these are some of the most amazingly beautiful wedding garments I've ever seen. They're very thick, but lightweight at the same time. And they're that gorgeous cobalt, royal blue, indigo, purple color. It's almost like they shimmer a little bit, but the embroidery that they have in them is gold, yellow, and orange. And it's absolutely phenomenally beautiful. And when you're trying them on, that's when you have this kind of epiphany of, you know, you're no longer a kid anymore. Dude, this is really a fantastic life. I'm not going to lie. I'm not going to lie. This is really a fantastic life. Even though you were kind of a little spoiled when you were younger and you got kind of mad that you have to marry this kid that teased you, he ends up being a fantastic husband and he treats you really, really well. You end up having 3 girls. So you have a son first, and I don't know what sickness he gets. He gets really, really ill and passes away when he's 7. And then you have 3 daughters after that. And your daughters are as hard-headed as you are, but they're amazing. And they really take up the space. They learn how to work for their father. They learn all this stuff. Like, you have 3 amazing, amazing children in this life. You have an amazing husband. You have, dude, this is a vacation life. Like, it really, really is. It really, really is. And I think the reason this is popping up is either because of something really hard going on in your life right now, or, no, that's it. Like, you just wish you could run away sometimes and be spoiled. You wish you could run away and be in, you know, a family where you don't really have to do anything. You keep catching yourself wishing all these different things. And that's why this is popping up. That's why you're drawn to this really deep, rich, metallic indigo color. It's why suddenly you like orange and yellow together where, you know, you never really did before. It's probably why you also have started really wearing a lot of gold jewelry and listening to, you know, probably some interesting Indian music or watching Bollywood, or like you're drawn to that culture all of a sudden. Not obsessed with it, but just drawn to it. Like you just are happy to listen to it and pay attention and learn about it. So here's what I'm going to say. I don't think that you're wrong for being drawn to it and being, you know, learning about it, listening to the music, enjoying the culture and, you know, learning all about it. I don't think you're wrong at all. And that's what I'm going to recommend is to kind of, to scratch that itch, if that makes sense. Like, learn about it, learn everything you can about it. Surround yourself with that deep indigo color. It's weird. It shimmers cobalt blue one way and metallic purple the other way, but that is a color of the third eye. And I think that this life is popping up for you right now because you need that reassurance that not everything is shitty. I think that it's popping up for you right now because you need the reassurance in your soul is trying to reassure you that not everything is hardship that you go through, because it's not. I know a lot of times people think that, you know, well, I had this past life and it was really shitty or whatever, but not everything is shitty. Everybody has to go through a couple of shitty lives, but not everything is bad, you know? We all have vacation lives. We all have lives that are we all have lives that are boring. We all have lives that are fantastic, and you know, we all have lives that are short. And so I think that this is popping up right now to show you that not everything is bad. Does that make sense? So enjoy that. Learn about that. That's exactly what I would say. Learn about that. I don't see, because I'm sure you're going to have a question about how you passed away in that life. I feel like this is something either like with the pancreas or the spleen or something like that. It's a hereditary illness, and I would not be surprised to know that you have it in this life as well, whether it's diabetes, or I don't think then you had diabetes, but it's something right here in this left lower side of your body. And it's not organ failure. It's like a chronic illness. And a lot of times it's not diagnosed very easily. And so I personally would say to also get checked out, make sure that, you know, you're okay. Make sure that that's not a bad thing in this life. But it was just something that, you know, you got kind of sick, you lost a lot of weight, and then you passed, you know, like it wasn't traumatic. It wasn't, I mean, you were surrounded by, you know, husband, amazing kids, things like that. But surround yourself with that culture, with that music, with, you know, whatever it is that you're learning about. Guys, if you're drawn to a culture, you can learn about it. You can enjoy the movies, the music, the foods, all of those things, and learn about that culture. I really hate when people are like, oh, that's appropriation. No, it's not. It's learning. It's appreciating. It's opening up your mind. The people that say that by you watching a movie from another country that's appropriation can suck every butt that I don't have. Like, you guys should all learn about other cultures. You should. You absolutely should. Every single culture out there is fantastically beautiful. It really, really is. It is fantastically beautiful. Even ones that we're taught are demonized here in the United States. You know, there are a lot of different ones that we're taught are, you know, oh, well, that's really horrible and that's really horrible. Learn about them anyway. Learn about them anyway, because I think that you're going to find out that they're way more beautiful than you ever realized that they were. I'm just saying what I'm saying. All right, so Renee is next. I do have to run to the potty, so we're gonna take like a quick little potty break. So if you guys need to go pee, if you're waiting on a read, yeah, I have Renee, Heidi, Yolanda, and Payton. Let me see. Let me refresh my list. But yeah, I agree, Annette. There is usually something beautiful in all of them. Like almost every, yeah. So let's see here. Payton, then Sierra, then Jennie, then Monica, then Michelle. And I think that probably, yeah, my live list for tonight is also sold out. You can still get a report, but my live list for tonight is sold out. So, all right. So let me go to the potty, and then we'll start with Renee. So you've got, aw, thank you, Missy. I appreciate that. I annoy the shit out of myself sometimes. All right. I'll be right back. You be right back. I'll be right back. We'll all be right back. Zeus will be here snoring in the background. Back, old man. Come on, I was coming back. You can come lay in here. Zeus has his little blanket right here, and he usually lays in here while I'm doing these. So yeah, I'm like hungry starving. Might or might not have dinner right here. So we're gonna like very, very unladylike put food in our mouth. I did, Metta. I just finished yours. All the interesting things on my shelves right now are mainly dolls. Oh, you think you came in the middle? I'll have it uploaded tonight. Because yours was definitely interesting. I'm being very unladylike right now. Thank you for allowing me to be unladylike for a minute. Thank you, Dark Goddess. I appreciate that. What am I eating? There's a place here in Tulsa called Waldo's Chicken and Beer. I don't know what magic they put in the breading of their chicken, but it's glorious. Wait, what are we talking about? Yay, Missy, we're being healthy. Yay. Oh, which one? This one? I got him at Crescent Sanatorium. He lights up. We'll just put him where he kind of fades in and out. Oh, not that one. What the hell? I thought there was one where he just slow faded. So the lady that makes these ones, I got this one and that one at the same time at Crescent. The lady that makes these, I have them over there, but they all have a little backstory of who they are and where they came from. He's one of the children. He's supposed to be one of the children that passed away at Crescent Sanatorium and was buried there. So yeah. So yeah. So we're gonna leave him on. We'll leave him on so he lights up there. Oh, look at it! Look at it reflect through the crystal ball. That's gorgeous. That makes me happy. So he's got to have his little toy back. He's got a little toy and a goodie. We'll leave him on up there. What's the matter, Sass? You know, for someone that dislikes my doll habit, she sure helps out. That does look really creepy. It's going to freak someone out when they come in. I'm just saying. Mm-hmm. His mouth is very odd. Yeah. 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 Oh, wow. A lot of porcelain dolls. Oh, my God. Wait, what? Who makes dolls? Who makes dolls? Wait, what? Hang on, pause, back up. Oh, no, I haven't. I haven't seen the dolls you make. Y'all, I have dolls all over my house. Oh my God. Yeah, I haven't seen them. Part of me wants to take you guys on a little, Oh, wow. Yeah, I'll have to go look. Yeah, part of me wants to take you guys downstairs to see some dolls, but I'm in the middle of getting ready to go to a big convention and travel for a week. Oh, you can't even see him. I have to sit like that. Aww. I guess if I sit like this, you can see him. Look at Sass. Good. Save his battery. I hate that you can't see him though. Because even if I sit like this, you can't see him. Alright, so I am gonna turn him off though. I gotta get batteries for her. Yeah. And then, of course, we have Sass's favorite. We have Sass's favorite. She isn't porcelain, but we have Sass's favorite. With her milky eyes. Uh-huh. Oh, she don't want to close her eyes now. Okay, I get it, girl. Yeah. Oh, see, now Brett's gonna... All right, come on. Come on. Let's go play dolls. Come on. Let's go play dolls. And then we'll do some more past life reads. But now I want to play dolls. And you guys want to play dolls. And we all want to play dolls. So let's go play dolls. Y'all ever want to know what to bring me? Aside from food. All right. Hold on. Don't look at the mirror. What's up, Bear? So, here's one of my new ones. Excuse the plant leaf. She has 3 legs. And, I don't know which one of them I'm more afraid of. You know what I mean? Probably that one. That one right there. Yeah, that one. And then he's not a doll, but he is kind of. I love him. Dashboard Jesus. I also have a whole bunch of things like that. That used to be a bubble picture or whatever. Does that make sense? Does that make sense? I have boxes everywhere. I hate moving. I'm so glad I bought a place. I have a mod. I have her. She's gorgeous. She's pretty good size too. Like that's her little foots. Like she's pretty good size. Oh yeah. Some of you guys have already seen her. And her. But I have a whole bunch over there too. But what Brett was talking about, they're covered in plants. Hang on. They're covered in ivy. All right. What Brett was talking about is this girl right here. Her. And she has 3 legs as well. And then Sass brought that one to me, face down. And that one to me, face down. That one has red eyes. I'm not quite sure what I think about that one. Like this one is an interesting baby. With, like the eyes are red. And then there's her. And then there's him. He fell on me twice in the store. And so he had to come home with me. He's heavy as fuck. But yeah, That's who Brett was talking about. Yeah, I think she's really cool. But yeah, she has 3 leggies. She has 3 leggies. And I love that all her little shoes match. But yeah, I love her. And then there's this guy, and I carried him around the flea market with me like a baby for a hot minute. He's from the 60s, and he's in like super good shape. So yeah. But why don't you like him? I love him. He's cloth. Like the fact that he's like pressed cloth, and that he's still in such good shape from the 1960s. Like, he's obviously well loved, but yeah. But yeah, why you don't like him? What's wrong with you? What's wrong with you? I do have these ones over here too. I have a whole bunch more that are packed up. I have these 2 girls. Her little leggy is broken. And so is hers. So her little leggy is broken. So I got to get her a stand. She's not super happy about it. Pigeon. And then Sass loves her though. Like, Sass really loves her. And him. I'm just saying. One more, and then we'll go back upstairs. One more, okay? Hold on. This one, I'm not going to lie, I'm not sure what I think about this one. This one is, you'll see. Hold on. Yeah. I'm not sure what I think about him. The random pigeon. I have the other pigeon upstairs in my office, but this one is my pied pigeon. Yeah. All right, there you go. I have tons of other dolls. Like, see her up there? I have her. I have tons of other dolls, but yeah. Plus, I just felt like I needed to get up and stretch my leggies. All right, now let's go do some more past life reads. Sass really, really loves my blue doll. I traded, like 2020, early 2022. I traded some stuff for, I love to trade, by the way. I traded some stuff for this doll that I couldn't take my eyes off of at a convention in Atlanta. And she's dark blue, but on top of her dark blue is a glow in the dark blue. So under a black light, she glows neon blue, and she has red hair, and she's a very odd doll, but I love her. She's been packed up. But I think one of the things, Sass doesn't like this idea, but one of the things I want to do at the new building is have a hall of dolls. Sass doesn't like that idea. No, she's on, like, where I showed you that first 2-headed doll. I didn't show her on camera. She's on that. I call it the spindle thing. I know it's like a hutch, but I call it the spindle thing. She's laying on that. What's up, Angel? How are you? Love, peace, and bacon grease. I can't with you. Yeah. I had, we named her Diane, but she was the only doll I took to Crescent Sanatorium. I wasn't going to sell her. I took her with me for some reason. And she got put in the box, like, of stuff, right? To take, and a whole bunch of crucifixes fell on her, and she was not happy. Not happy. She was not happy. Like, you could just see it in her face. Do I believe some dolls come to life at night? I don't know about that. I'm not going to even entertain that idea, because the Puppet Master movies in the 80s creeped me the fuck out. They creeped me the fuck out. They really, really did. They creeped me the fuck out. But yeah, Diane was not happy. She was not happy. But yeah, I really want to do a haul of dolls. And yet you filled your house with dolls. I know. It's been an obsession over the last few years. I used to have a ton of dolls and action figures. I love action figures and things like that. And you know how divorces are. You know, we all know how divorces are. In fact, there's nothing better than being told, oh, I have a whole box of your stuff, but it never gets brought to you. Nothing better than that. Nothing better than that. I mean, think about it. Doesn't the Hall of Dolls sound great? Doesn't it sound fantastic? Do I like doll houses like miniatures? Yes, I always wanted one of the really cool, big, huge doll houses when I was younger. And I never had one. And then when I was an adult and I could have one, I even bought one of the big kits at Hobby Lobby for like the massive ones, and I never opened it. Never opened it. Yeah, never opened it. Did I see the Misty Dawn sneak in here? I don't know for sure that I will do the Hall of Dolls because really the only place that I would be able to do it would be in the basement. And that basement's creepy as fuck. It is creepy as fuck. Like I have to psych myself up to go down there after dark. During the day, I'm okay because there are windows and it's pretty light. But after dark, I gotta psych myself up and take like 5 people with me. Yeah, the church basement. Yep. If you guys are in the Pittsburgh area or you want to come and hang out on the 19th. We, I love that everybody's like, nope. On the 19th, we are having a paranormal investigation. You do have to have a ticket to come. There's only a limited number of tickets that are for sale. It does include like pizza and some snacky snacks and some drinks and things like that. Just pop, water, Gatorade, nothing like that. Okay. But there are still some tickets left if you guys want to come. The doll should be in a circle like an AA meeting. Oh my God, stop it. I mean, Willow, I think that we left the lights on in the basement the entire time we were there last time. I mean, Sass can confirm or not, but I'm pretty sure we did. Because to turn them on and off, you have to go into the basement. It's not right there at the edge. You have to go into the basement in the creepiest room to turn the lights on and off. Or go down the absolutely creepiest of the staircases. What's the general vibe in the basement? It's a maze. It's a maze, I'm not gonna lie. During the day, it's not so bad. It's really not. And I think it's because there's a lot of ambient light down there. But that is the place that you get touched the most. I'm not going to lie. It's the place you get touched. And it's not so much like shoving. I mean, it's like somebody going like, are you real? Like that. But at night, because we did a little bit of investigating down there at night. During the day, one of the chairs moved on somebody. Like it was it was down the hallway and the chair moved. So that was fun. But at night when we were down there, that was really interesting. That was interesting. So yeah. I mean, and you know what? You can't really fault them either because like nobody has been in this property for over 5 years. for over 5 years. Nobody has lived in or been in this property like on a regular basis. And so they've been alone. So to finally have somebody in there, they're like, are you a real thing? Yeah. I don't really get scared, but I trust my gut. If my gut says don't go in that fucking room, I ain't going in that room. I'm just saying. I'm going to turn the fan on. Yeah. So, the basement is weird. In my brain still says this, and even though I know it's not correct, it's so weird. It's like my brain thinks that there's a big circle, and there's not. It's like when you walk down the stairs, if you come in the main front doors of the cathedral, there's a stairway to the left, and you go down. And then there's this whole huge area that has partitions that you can slide back and forth. They, I guess, use them for classrooms. But that wall is like that industrial green medical tile. You all know what I'm talking about. Like every horror movie that was set in a hospital has this tile in the background. But that's open. Unless you move the partitions. I opened every one of those partitions. I want to see you. But behind that is the boiler room. And the boiler room, there's something in there that he doesn't want anybody in there. Yeah, but it's mint green. He doesn't want anybody in there. Like, that's where Sass got pushed. And it comes out, like, there's, like, 3 weird sections of the basement like this. And so, no, there's 4. I lied. There's 4. Fucking 4. So there's that first one. And then the boiler room in the back, and it is open to the second one. So the second one is this long, weird room with a partial fireplace. I don't know what the fuck. Because I don't know where the fireplace comes out upstairs. Like, it's boarded off. It's the weirdest fucking thing. So there's that, and there's these built-in benches. I don't know. And then there's a kitchen behind that. But on the other side of the fireplace is a hallway that goes this way. And there is the creepiest set of fucking stairs I've ever seen in my life right there. And it comes up to the back of the bathroom. So that door got a deadbolt on it when I was there. I was like, no, ma'am, I don't want some ghosty boo sneaking up on me in the middle of the night while I'm taking a poo-poo. Like, absolutely not. I will shit all over myself and run out the door. And be cussing the whole way. But so that, and there's no light on that set of stairs. It's fucking creepy. So anyway, that hallway, there's 2 other areas that go off like that. Like, it's 4 fingers of the basement that go like that. Like, this is the main area and a kitchen and so on. And there's 4 fingers that go off. These 2 are connected, and these 2 are connected in here. But there's like a nursery area with a half door. And then there's an area that has a laundry room, and then there are other weird bedroom. I don't know, y'all. It's fucking awesome. I was gonna say it's weird, creepy, but it's awesome. But the hallway that has the stairs in it, there's also like an area where the pumps for the well are right here, and then there's the men's bathroom, which is and then it's just one single bathroom. And then there is a area right here with a crawl space. That's where the trickster spirit lives, in that crawl space. So those of you guys that ordered jars over the last couple months, those have already been placed in there. I'm just letting you know. I'm just letting you know. But yeah, that's creepy. It's just fucking creepy. But it's so easy to get turned around down there. Beyond easy to get turned around. I can't explain to you how easy it is to get turned around down there. So yeah. It's weird. Because your brain wants to go, oh, it's a circle and I can just go down here, and you kind of can, but you don't realize that you're coming out right next to where you went in until you get up. I don't know how to explain it to you guys. Like, whoever designed this floor plan for this basement, I think that they were obsessed with like the maze and the Minotaur. Like it does. It feels like there's something behind you the entire time you're down there. Like, yeah, it's so cool. It's so cool. It is. It's so cool. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah. I think it's just because it's a basement. But I will say the windows are like this level, right? So it's not like the windows are way up here. The windows are like here. Even on me, and I'm, well, okay, here. And I'm pretty short. So there is a lot of ambient light. Like there are a lot of windows. But the cathedral floor, okay, so when you're in the basement, the floor is like this. This is the other thing that throws you off. The cathedral floor slopes. So when you're in the basement, it's not this bad, right? But when you're in the basement, you expect the ceiling to be like this, but it's not. But it's not. But it's not. So that fucks you up too. It gives it a fun house effect down there. It's weird. It's weird. So yeah. Yeah, it's weird. I'm not sorry about it. The minute that I found this place when I was looking on Zillow, I was like, that's my place. It's my place. So yeah. Yeah, like the Winchester, but it is, but in a way it is, because, and Sass can tell you too, there are so many weird random doors and hallways and it's weird. And that creepy staircase in the basement, directly above it upstairs is another staircase to go upstairs. It's weird. It's weird. I love the place, and I also instantly got protective over the place. So the building that's there now started to be built in 1920. Before that, there was a 2-story white building. And before that, there was a 24 by 30 foot log building. So there's been 3 buildings on the same location. And when they went to build, I hate when that does that. When they went to build the building that's there now, we're pretty sure they had to move graves to do so. So I really, really need to find somebody that has sonar equipment that would come out and not charge me like a crazy arm and a leg. Because there are so many gravestones that are misplaced and they're just set up against other gravestones, and we have no idea where they go. So I'm in the process of getting the reliquary website together, so you guys can, if you want to adopt a grave, you can actually pick the name like of who it is you want. So yeah, it really is a shame. And I'm not gonna lie, as soon as we pulled up and I saw the shape of the graveyard, I don't have family buried there. Like, I don't know anybody that's buried there. But as soon as I pulled up, I felt so protective over this graveyard, over this cemetery and the people there. And I don't know, like Sass, I told her, I was like, it kind of feels like home. And she was like, okay, dude. This is a good best friend, man. She was still supportive. Like it's different now, but at first she was like, I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't like it. Yeah. Somebody asked if I'll be doing events next year. Yes. Next spring will be, I don't know if it will be late spring or early summer, but that's when we will be doing the grand opening of the shop. So yeah. It really is God of Dragon. Like, it, you have no idea. So, yeah, I can't wait till you guys see, what's coming. I can't wait. So yeah, I mean, right now, like the 19th, not this weekend, but next weekend, we'll be doing a paranormal investigation, like while we're starting renovations, which always stirs up activity. And then in September, we're planning a big event on the 20th, which is the fall equinox. Please make sure you come out for that. We'll have witchy campsites. There's a very limited amount of witchy campsites available, but there will be lights up and a fire pit, and it will be witchy fantastic. And then It'll be witchy fantastic. But then next early spring. Yeah. Late spring, excuse me. So yeah. Yes. 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 I'm so excited. Brett, I'm going to dance around a fire. But if you can't come in person for an investigation, don't worry, we got you. You can, if you know that you can't come on the 19th, you can get a live ticket for it. And those of you guys that had a ticket for the first thing, you've already been moved to that, so don't stress about it. You've already been moved to it. I didn't even think about cell phones not working in there. Like, I didn't, because they seem to work fine when we were there before, but when we were there this last time, they don't work for shit. So you go about 10 feet in the door, nothing. 10 feet in the door and nothing. So yeah. But let's get some reads done. Yes, the answer is yes. Because I got a busy day tomorrow. All right. Let's see here. Renee. Renee is next. Hey, Renee. Sorry, we just needed an intermission. We had to take a break. We had to take a doll break and, you know. Yeah, thank you, Sass. Right now, I'm just saying, right now, it's not, the building is not open to the public, okay? And I am going to ask you guys to please be respectful of the graveyard. If you drive by or whatever, leave flowers, leave something beautiful, but please don't take things, don't mess with anything. Please don't. Like, I do have cameras up everywhere, and I will see you, and I'm just saying. I will out you in a heartbeat. I am super protective over this place because of the way that the graves have been done. Some of you guys that have followed me for a little while, you know we've talked about this. Some of the graves, they built things on top of them. The last people that owned the church just they literally built walkways and buildings on top of graves. Some of the headstones were knocked down and used as a stepping stone, to the point that we don't even know what gravestone it was. Like it's been that way so long that it's just gone. There are graves that have huge groundhog holes in them right now. So like, it's not the safest place to go walk around. When we have the investigations, there will be some, solar lights around those, so not to step in there. But yeah, and as Sass mentioned, like if you come for a paranormal investigation, you are going to have to sign a waiver. There's been a lot of damage done to the place, and it's sitting for so long. It's going to take a lot of work, and it is why there's a couple things coming up, and if you guys want to be a part of it, I would appreciate it. We would appreciate it. I'll be doing, you can get tickets for this now, and they're really cheap. They're like $8, $7, $8. There will be an ancestor hallway and a pet hallway. So if you would like your pet's name, ancestor name, or a photo, there's a limited space for photos. So if you want one of those, you need to get those. But outside we have 2 fantastic trees, and we're going to do ribbons on the trees as a way for you guys to, if you come to visit, to leave something respectful. I will be uber protective of this cemetery. I'm just saying. Yeah, I will be uber protective of this cemetery. So yeah, but we will be doing Adopt a Grave because it's going to take a lot of money. I think that the tile is already cut off. I will probably do another one in the fall. I'll probably do more in the fall. When I know how many more I have space for in the hallway. But, I'll do another round of tiles and stuff in the fall. But, I'm in the process of getting the, Adopt a Graves done. And that way, that will help us to repair the cemetery and take care of it, because it's been neglected for a long time. So it makes me, I don't want to plant bulbs in the graveyard right now. We're fighting, I hate to say it this way, we're fighting an infectious lily outbreak. So, there's been a lot of plants planted out there, and don't get me wrong, they're gorgeous, but there are trees that have now caused headstones to move. There are trees that have gone into graves. There are lilies that, I mean, yeah, the lilies are gorgeous. Please don't think they're not. But if you guys don't know anything about lilies, like, they spread, and a lot of those coffins are wood. So I'm just saying. But if you want to come and donate a bulb, there will be places on the side of the church. There are flower beds, stone flower beds. If you guys want to come and bring a plant or a bulb or something, I'm all about that. I am all about that. Yeah, if you guys have something like, so I have bulbs before my grandparents passed away. I have lilies, I have irises. I don't know if irises will grow in Pennsylvania very well, but, and a couple other plants that before we sold my grandparents' house, I was like, I'm going to take these and these and these, you know what I mean? Like these and these and these. So I have starts of all of those that I will be bringing up there to plant. So yeah, if you guys have anything like that, if you have, you know, where, oh, PA is great for irises. That's good to know, because my grandma had the normal purple ones and then the root beer ones. And so I have starts of those. I have, like, they took over my ex-in-law's yard. We planted some out there. And naked ladies, if you guys know what those are, they were my grandpa's favorite flower. But yeah, if you guys have things like that and you would love to bring some out, yeah, I will 100% be planting wisteria. My grandparents had a arbor that had their porch swing in it, and they had wisteria vines all over it, and you could sit out there and it would be raining like hell and not get wet. Okay, let me look on Messenger. So, but if you guys want to plant something, check with me first. Just saying, check with me first. I just let me back up slightly. Like, I don't want to give just blanket permission for you guys to just plant stuff in there. Just check with me first is all. I mean, y'all wouldn't want somebody coming and randomly planting something in your yard. You know what I mean? So just check with me first. Like, chances are I'm not going to care, and I'll be like, yeah, let's plant it here or whatever. But yeah, just check with me first. Just check with me first. But if you guys want to bring something like that, yeah, I would welcome it. I would welcome it. So, but yeah. But I am going to reiterate again, because I know that there are people that are watching outside the live that are not, they're not fans, that are not fans. So yeah, if there are cameras all over the place, in places you wouldn't even think there are cameras, because I've owned a shop for too long. Because I've owned a shop for too long. So yeah, I am paying attention, and I'm very territorial. I have too many Capricorn placements. I am very territorial. So anybody pulling up, I'm like, who are you? Who are you? Who are you? What are you doing? Yeah. Yeah. So, ooh, my nose is itching. Somebody don't like what I'm saying. Somebody talk about me. But, yeah. So I don't have, like, I have an alarm system on the church, but I have private cameras all over the place. Same, Tabitha, same. Yeah. Yeah. And then, yeah, I can check it on my phone. I get notifications on my phone, and yeah, there are no trespassing signs everywhere, but the problem is when I bought the place, I had to sign. So if you are able to buy a cemetery, there's a lot of things that go with owning a cemetery, because those are people's ancestors. So like, I can never cut off access to the cemetery. You know what I mean? There are plans to fence the property, but I have to fence that separately as well. So there is always public access. I mean, I can make specific times, like, you know, you can't be in here after dark or whatever. Most cemeteries you can't be in after dark. unless they're really old ones or whatever. But so owning a cemetery has a lot of rules you have to follow. Like, it has a lot of rules you have to follow. And so that's the other thing too. Like, because I'm not going to dig up a tree that's been there for 100 years. Cause like one of the trees up close to the church, I know I'm talking a lot about this, I don't know why. One of the trees up close to the church, it's been there a long time. Like, it's been there a long time. It's in pictures from, like, I think, I'm trying to remember when that is. Let me look. I can tell you when this tree was planted. Because I got the picture right here. So this photo is from 1870, and that tree is in the backyard as a little baby. So it's been there over 100 years. I'm not going to dig that tree up. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not going to dig that tree up. I'm not going to cut it down. But if I had caught it earlier, or if somebody had caught it earlier, but it's making headstones move and so on, I'm obviously not going to do that. But I understand why people don't plant things in graveyards, you know, like there are bushes and things like that. So I do have to be very protective of that, because I can get in trouble if something damages graves in there. Does that make sense? Even though they're already damaged, but if I allow something to happen, like, I can get in trouble. I don't know if that makes sense. So yeah, there's a lot of rules and shit that go with it. Like, there were pages upon pages upon pages of things that I had to read over and sign to be allowed to buy the property. And this graveyard, no one has been buried in there since, I think, 1962 or 63 is the latest grave. So yeah. Yeah, I couldn't believe that the church had a cemetery with it. What's up, Sylvie? It's not a family graveyard, no. It was the graveyard that was attached to that church. So there are German immigrants. There is a whole row of children. There are veterans in there. I mean, yeah. It's a pretty large graveyard. There are 367 graves in there. So it's not a small graveyard. Aww. I love that. Anytime we go anywhere and we're visiting a cemetery or a graveyard, I always clean stones. I always like clean, you know, leaves off them, pulled moss back, you know, things like that. So, well, the good thing about it is, because it was a cemetery attached to a church, we have a record of every grave that's out there. We hope. Yeah, I don't doubt that, Luna Girl. There is an entire row. I want to say it's like the, Sass, correct me if I'm wrong, the fourth or fifth row back, it's only children. It's only children. The whole row is children. And then there are still some that go up that way as well. But yeah, there's an entire row that is just children. It's just children. So yeah. Yeah, you guys will have to come out for an investigation or make plans to come out next year. So yeah. Oh, thank you, Missy. We'll probably have a kind of group cleanup, you know, if you want to come and volunteer to help, you know, clean up and things like that. There's a lot. You know what I mean? There's a lot. Especially outside. So, and I've got to figure out what to do with this pathway, because it's over graves. One of them is a kid. Like, it's over graves. Like, as a parent, I'm pissed about it. I don't even like walking there. So yeah. But yeah, anyway, all right, let me get on it, because I can talk about this church all day long, y'all. Like, I can talk about this all day long. Aww. Yeah. Here, I want to show you something real quick. Because this was, when we were there, this was our favorite thing to do. early morning walks. Early morning walks in the cemetery with the lilies. This was before we had it mowed. It was just a sea of flowers. That's everybody loves this headstone right here. And not have that ring light in y'all's face. But somebody does still come out and put up the flags for the veterans. Somebody still puts up the flags for them. I love that. There's a row of these really tall, gorgeous ones. Some of them are leaning, so we got to figure out how to shore them up. Like that one's leaning. I'm trying to find the one I was wanting to show you guys. I think I went the wrong way. Hold, please. I just wanted to share it with you guys. I want you guys to love it as much as we love it. Oh yeah, we have baby birdies. They won't be babies when we get back up there. They'll probably be out and about. There we go. Early morning graveyard walks. Because who doesn't love early morning graveyard walks? Who doesn't love early morning graveyard walks? I'm just saying. Are all the headstones facing the same direction? No, they are not. No, they are not. Oh, here you go. That was on the new moon. That was on the new moon. So if y'all don't think that we got, new moon storm water in the cemetery, you crazy. You are crazy. Just wait. Oh, we did, Sylvie. We both suddenly, Sass was trying to work and it was like, oh my God, it's raining. Oh no, we don't have anything to do. It went outside in the rain. Went outside in the rain. So yeah. All right. Renee. Otherwise, we're going to sit and talk about this all day long. All day long. Yeah, I don't know. There are graves that are facing every which way out there too. So there's, I don't know, every graveyard I'm used to in Oklahoma, like the headstone faces that way, the body goes that way. The headstone faces this way, the body goes, you know what, the body is in front of the headstone. But they're every which way out there. They're every which way out there. Yeah. So then you don't know where to step. I just try to walk like as close to the back of the headstone as possible, because even if they're going out either way, the head's still going to be about that far from the headstone. So I try to walk as close to the back of the headstone as possible. That's what I was taught. So, all right, Renee. All right, Renee. Y'all are going to get me talking about this church, and then we'll talk about that all night, and it's 8 o'clock. All right. Focus, bitch. Focus. Renee. Took me a minute. Renee, you're interesting because you don't incarnate a lot. You take a lot of time. You're one of those souls that takes a lot of time in between lives. Thank you. You take a lot of time in between lives. So like where some people take a year to 10 years, you take like 50 years or more in between each life. So the life that's popped up for you, the one that is, I'm not going to say bothering you right now, but bothering you right now. I'm going to say this is like the Victorian age. And I think that this is very Southern England. Obviously your favorite color was red, because I keep seeing red. It's weird. I see you in like really, really terrible dresses. And then this one dress that I keep seeing that apparently is your favorite. But the skirt, instead of being the, you know, the big outward Victorian style, it comes back in at the bottom. It's crazy. It poofs out and then comes back in. And then there's a row of like really thick maroon, almost velvet around the end. You go from being someone who works in like, I want to say this is probably like a bakery. Like, you don't have a crazy amount of money. Your family works really hard. Everybody in your family works in the family shop, like in town, you know, not the dirtiest part of town, but not the cleanest part of town. You keep your hair up in these, you have like crazy long hair, and it will not fit in one bun. So you keep it in two buns right here, like Princess Leia, but they're back here. But you always braid your hair in two braids, and they're kept in buns back here, because your hair is so long, and your mom doesn't want you to cut it. Like, she almost won't let you cut it. I mean, you don't have a bad childhood in this life. You don't. You know, it's hard. Like, you're working in the bakery from the time you're 4 or 5 years old, but you know, your mom's working in the bakery with, you know, a baby on the hip, like helping out, whatever. But what's really interesting about it is that you're also a very pretty young lady. And so all of the boys that come in there flirt with you, and you kind of roll your eyes at all of them and don't care. You just, you are so disillusioned with marriage and family and having a kid, even though it's not that you had a bad childhood in that life. It's that you just see all the hardships your parents are going through, your mom is going through, and you don't want to do that. And so every boy that comes in that winks at you, you just blow them off. Like, you literally will turn your back and walk away. It's kind of funny. You'll walk into the back room or something. Your dad keeps telling you, you know, be nice. You know, his family is this or this or this or this. Like, you refuse to even consider getting married. When you're about 22 in this life, I'm trying to get the date of when you were born. So I'm just going to continue to talk through it, and hopefully I'll get something. I want to say that this is probably like, I'm going to say 1860s is what I'm seeing when you're about 22. Early 1860s. But you're about 22, maybe about to turn 23, and there's a very loud ruckus outside. Everybody goes running outside to see. You don't really care, because you're like, you know, whatever, I don't care. I've got stuff to do. You're in there, you know, kneading bread, getting stuff ready, and people come barging in and so on. It's almost like, it's almost like there's a cart wreck. I don't know how to explain it. Like, it's really loud, but whatever it is that crashes outside, one of the things that crashes is a carriage that has some very wealthy people in it. And one of the gentlemen that comes in he's hurt. Like, I don't know what's going on. He's hurt. He's got something. I don't know if he got hit on the head or hit in the head with like a board or something. I feel like it like smacked him like this, but he's got a pretty good cut right here that's bleeding. He comes in, your dad's trying to help, your mom's trying to help. They holler at you to come out, and you come out and you're trying to help, and you get flour all over him and all over his suit, and you're like apologizing about it so profusely, and all he can do is laugh, because he's like, I'm not worried about the flour. And It's so funny. It's like the most magical moment. Like you actually blush. Like he catches your hand because you're trying to get the flour off of him. Yeah, I mean, you get flour all over his face, everything, and you're trying to get it off of him. And he catches your hand and he says, "I'm not worried about the flour. I'm not worried about it." And all of that gets cleared up. He comes back 2 weeks later with a big bouquet of flowers for you. And for once, you don't turn and walk away or roll your eyes or anything like that. And about 8 months later, the two of you are married. He asks you to marry him. The two of you are married. And it turns out that his family owns a very profitable shipping company. They ship stuff back and forth from England to Europe. And that's where this red dress comes from. I think this red dress is like some latest fashion from wherever, Italy or France or something, that he brings to you. And it is absolutely your favorite color, like your favorite thing. Like you wear this dress around the house, and he doesn't say a word. He just loves that you love it so much. But I will say this, Renee, I don't see you two having children in this life. I don't know why, but I don't see the two of you having children in that life. I will say that I would bet in this life you have a lot of headaches, that weird unexplained headaches, and even though you get checked out all the time, like nobody can tell you what it is. Like nobody can tell you why you have headaches. Nobody can tell you what's going on. You know what I mean? Like everybody's like, no, you're fine. There's no brain tumor. There's no nothing. They just chalk it up to migraines or whatever. Oh, true. So you do have headaches. Because in this life that I'm seeing, you do develop, I don't know what it is, because it's not like you could just go get an MRI. To be honest, I think that you develop a brain tumor. You're on laudanum, you're on all kinds of medications like that. And the pain becomes almost excruciating, and you end up taking way too much of something one evening, not on purpose, but to attempt to just be able to rest without the pain. And your husband comes in to go to bed and thinks you're actually just asleep when he comes in. And when he wakes up in the middle of the night, you're gone. And he's devastated. I'm not gonna lie. He's devastated. But he doesn't ever remarry. He doesn't ever look at anyone else. Like, he adored every bit of you and every bit of being your husband and so on. Like, he was just one of the most fantastic, husbands somebody could ask for. So that part is really sad. And I think that you feel that loss on a really deep basis, just because, I mean, this was an accident. It was, you just wanted to be able to sleep without pain. And for anybody that ever has had migraines, you understand exactly what I'm talking about. Like, sometimes you can't do anything else. But, I am going to say this part. And I'm going to be very careful. He doesn't live very much longer after you're gone, just a couple of years. He starts drinking very heavily. But I'll just leave it at that. But you still feel this loss. And I think even when you have friends and, romantic relationships that you're very, very comfortable in, you always feel like there's something that you're about to lose and you can't explain why. The reason that this is affecting you right now, I think that you probably saw this red dress or something similar to it in a movie, and it has been popping up in your head. It's been popping up in dreams. Seagulls have also been popping up a lot. Like, I caught the image just now of you walking out of the front door of your house to go shopping or whatever, and hearing the seagulls, coming in from the ocean and so on. But I also would not be surprised to know that you've been you know, making a dream board, whether it's a vision board or a Pinterest board or whatever, on like a medieval industrial looking house. You can't explain the you can't really explain the style of it, but it's like you're looking for this specific style of house and you can't ever get it just right. But the headaches are something that's interesting, because I'm never going to say don't get them checked out. But what I am going to say is don't panic about them, because a lot of the stuff, you know, as long as you get checked out and you know that right now in your meat sack now as Renee, you know, everything is good up here, you're always going to have that fear that, you know, it is the big C. You're always going to have that fear that, you know, there's something going on, because that's what that was. But I would not be surprised to know that this is a life where you also, like right now as Renee, you feel like you don't want kids. And I know that that's like in my life right now as this meat sack, I didn't want kids. I wouldn't change having my kids, but I didn't, you know, it wasn't something I was like, I want to get married and have 5 children. Like I never ever was that person. And so I would not be surprised if you have those feelings as well. I also am trying to figure out why this one is affecting you so much right now. I think that it is the sadness. I think this sadness pops up a few times throughout this life in the meat sack you're riding in right now. I think that this deep sadness has popped up a few times. I think there's also something right now that has triggered in you this life isn't fair. You know, this isn't fair feeling, and you can't explain why you feel as strongly as you do about it. Because even though your soul knew that that's what you had signed up for, you know, in that particular life, you still felt like it wasn't fair when you left. Does that make sense? I also think that you, in romantic relationships, because of how that person, that soul loved you in that life, you hold people to a very, very high standard. And when people miss that mark, you are really, really hurt by it, because your soul has experienced love like that. Good. I'm glad that makes sense. I'm glad that makes sense. So I would not be surprised right now to know that you are really questioning a lot of things in your love life of you prefer to be alone. I was going to say, I bet that you're questioning a lot of things in your love life and relationships, and not just romantic, but friends and so on, and looking at things like, you know, there's no way I would handle that or stand for that or whatever. And I agree. I agree with you. I agree with you. But whatever this red dress is, I keep seeing it. I keep seeing it. Part of me wants to tell you to go buy a red dress with maroon velvet at the bottom, but I don't know that you'd be able to find a dress like this, or hell, at this point, I can't even imagine how much a dress like this would cost. But I would surround yourself with some deep wine color and maroon. You know, even if it is, it's, you know, we're going to be getting into fall here pretty soon. I can't believe I just said that, but we're going to, you know, Hobby Lobby never worries about, and Michael's and all the places that have the flowers, the fake flowers, they never hesitate to miss a season coming up. So that means all of the gorgeous, like deep red and maroon flowers will be, you go buy, I mean, I'm down, go buy one. I would say to build yourself a bouquet, like to honor that. Oh, I'm so sorry, Minnie. I'm so sorry. That's, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, honey. But yeah, I would put you together a bouquet. I love that you love red. I love that you love red. Yeah. I would say to build you a bouquet of like those deep red, not fire engine red, but that deep blood red and maroon. I would build you a bouquet. That would be my advice. And I mean, buy you a red dress. Buy you a red dress. I love that your living room is red. And I love that I started off by saying that you must really love red, because I kept seeing red. So, how did you feel when I said, oh, you really loved red? That's funny. That's funny. I love that that was spot on. That's hilarious. I can't smile as much tonight because last night we got off of here. When I got off of doing these reads, I was smiling so hard that my face hurt. It's already starting again. All right. Heidi S. What's up, Miss Heidi? This one has to go next. Heidi, 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 Heidi. Ooh, you got some aggression. Okay. I would not be surprised if you had said that lately you have felt like throat punching a lot of people. I would not be surprised if you just found out that you grind your teeth in your sleep. I would not be surprised if you catch yourself like clenching your jaw all the time. Because this life right here, I'm trying to see about what time period this is, because what I see is you about 18, 19 years old. So in the life that pulled up right now, and this was a long time ago, I'm going to say probably around like 1080. Like it's a long time ago. And it's what is like modern day, the border. So it's like the very northeastern border of like Iraq and Iran, like right up in there. You were born a male. You were born in a family that they didn't really have anything. That just lots of kids. They were very nomadic for the first like 6 years of your life, 5-6 years of your life. And then, just happened to be wrong place at the wrong time. And you have 3 older brothers, and then you're 6, and you have another brother that's 4. You have a brother that's 10 and a brother that's 12. All 4 of you boys end up with, you were in the wrong place at the wrong time. You end up with no parents. In fact, most of the people that are traveling with you do not make it out of this. The children do. They round up the children. The boys are scripted into the army, whether you like it or not, into this warring, it's not an army, it's like a warring mercenary band, etc. And that becomes your life. Like you start off just being, bringing food and water and cleaning, like as a servant. You start off as that, and then end up being, put up into the group as you get older, and they know that, you're not going anywhere. You end up getting separated. Your youngest brother doesn't make it, and that pisses you and your older 2 brothers off. Because it's just not a very nice sight for you guys to see. Nobody hurts him. He just doesn't make it. Like that's a hard life on a 4-year-old kid. And so your older two brothers end up getting put into a unit that travels way off that way somewhere. You end up being with the same mercenary force, I don't know, for lack of a better term, all your life. You end up training and becoming pretty decent at, you know, fighting and things like that. You're really, really excellent with a bow and arrow. You're excellent with riding horses, things like that. You don't really live past 18. Not too long past your 18th birthday, there's another big skirmish, and you don't make it. But the reason that this is popping up right now is that aggression is popping up. You never got the chance to properly grieve your parents. You never got the chance to grieve your brother. You never got the chance to grieve losing your sisters, your brothers. You never got the chance to process any of that. Every time you got sad, every time you got upset, somebody would smack you or push you over or tell you to quit. You know what I mean? Like tell you to toughen up, etc. So you never ever got the chance to, And so that's popping up now because there is something in your life where, I don't know if you had a loss in the last couple of years, actually the last 3 years, that you feel, I don't think you've gotten to grieve. I think that you did, but you didn't. You know what I mean? Like, the problem with society is that they tell you that you should grieve and you should take all the time you need. But then within, 3 or 4 days, they're like, we need you to get back to work. Like they don't really care. So I don't know if that happened and you're not allowed to grieve now, or you didn't get to completely grieve, whatever it is. But that has triggered this kind of past life memory, past life trigger. So here's what I'm going to say, because this aggression is not going to stop anytime soon unless you are able to, unless you deal with it. I mean, it's just it. So the first thing I'm going to say is the loss that you had, you really need to take some time. And I think you really need to take some time, spend several evenings looking at photos, looking at videos, looking at memories, looking at whatever. And just sitting with those feelings. You know what I mean? Sitting with those feelings. Do something to honor this person, whether it is, planting a tree in their name or whatever. Do something to honor them. And once you do that, my suggestion is going to be this. I would just take some more time off and on, and I would honor your own self, that soul, because this life, this past life that's bothering you, that pent-up aggression never was let out. There, even though your, entire teenage years was nothing but fighting and so on, that still, it was fighting because you were forced to. It wasn't fighting because you had to or because you were protecting something. It was fighting because you were forced to. So I would say, one, get some air dry clay. Make a couple of little tablets, bowls, whatever, and break them. Literally. Carve your aggression into them and then break them. And I mean, like, let them dry completely. Pummel the shit out of them. Break them until they are dust. Until they are dust. Stomp them, crush them. Let all that aggression out. But as you're making them, I would carve the words, loss, grief, anger. I would carve any emotion that you have been feeling lately into them, and, then put clay over them. You know what? Nobody needs to see what you put in there or whatever. I would do that. would do that. And then I would break them and I would pummel them into dust. Frequencies are going to be a big thing for you too. The frequencies that are the lower level frequencies, you're going to have to kind of work your way down to listening to them. Start with the solfeggios if you don't already, and work your way down through the lower, you know, 300, 200, 100, like work your way down until you get down to like the 10, 11, 12, 13s. I think that those are going to help you more than you realize. But you're going to have to take time to grieve and to focus on that loss. Does that make sense? Does that make sense, Heidi? Okay. Do you understand what I'm talking about with that inner, like just anger and you don't know why you're angry? Okay. I figured you probably did. I figured you probably did. Yeah, I figured you probably did. Because I would imagine that it's been something that you just get so angry and you're like, what in the fuck? Like, where did this come from? Especially here recently. Okay. I figured you knew exactly what I was talking about. Because it's not an anger that it is your anger, but it's not your anger. Does that make sense? Like it's a past soul part anger, past life soul anger. There we go. I couldn't words the words correctly. You bottle it up until you can't anymore. I'm serious. Get you some air dry clay. Takes a couple days for it to dry. But it's super cheap at like Michael's or Walmart or whatever. It's like $5 for a pretty good sized tub. The bigger tub's like $10. So y'all have no idea how therapeutic that can be. To make something, to carve all those words in it, and then to break it. It's super therapeutic. You are so welcome. I know that one was a little heavier. So yeah. That was a lot heavier. You're welcome. Well, I mean, like I said, and it's like the Crayola brand is the one I usually buy. It's like $5 for a pretty good size tub, like a pretty good size tub. And I'm not gonna lie, witchy wise, hear me out. If you get the terracotta color, your hands will be orange, but it's worth it. Carve those anger, pain, whatever, all those emotions into it. Let it dry. Bust the shit out of it. Stomp the fuck out of it. Like, put your anger in it as you're making it, and then take your anger out on it. And then you can powder it and use it as an ingredient. I'm just saying. What I'm saying. I'm just saying. I love that so many of you just went. All right, Yolanda. All right, Yolanda G. There you are. Would you like me to call you Yolanda or Yoli? You got it, Yoli. Yoli, Yoli, Yoli. All right. You have like a powerhouse feminine soul and you feel stuck. You feel stuck. Okay. Because like I kept seeing these like deep shades of pink and they're really, really gorgeous. But let me close that out. It keeps distracting me. You feel stuck. Okay. You almost always incarnate as this intensely powerful soul. Like, I had to sit there. I caught myself counting. It was weird. I caught myself counting like 12, 13, 14, 15. I was like, wait, why am I counting? I would not be surprised to know if here lately you have felt like you're keeping score of something and you don't realize, you don't even know what it is that you've been counting or keeping score of. You just wake up feeling like you were making a list, or wake up feeling like you were counting something or whatever. It's so funny. You travel in the astral in your sleep a lot. And I think you've been doing some work for yourself over there, because it's like I don't think you've been in the Akashic Records, but somehow you've been talking to either spirit guides, ascended masters, ancestors, something. But you've been looking at all of these different numbers of past lives where you have incarnated as some very powerful being. And I said it that way on purpose. Like, you love to incarnate as a warrior. Like, you love to incarnate as a warrior of both genders. Like, you've incarnated as male warriors. You've incarnated as female warriors. You also really love to incarnate as, when you incarnate as a warrior, it's almost always in a tribal setting, like South American tribes or an African tribe, or you almost always incarnate in a very powerful tribal setting. It's really interesting. I would bet that you, in this meat sack as Yoli, you're very drawn to music that has a lot of drumming, that has a lot of power, that has a lot of rhythm, that has a lot of like guttural singing. I would bet that you're very drawn to like throat singing and things like that. I would bet there's a lot of different tribal music that you hear, like when you're scrolling through Facebook or TikTok or anything like that, that gives you like goosebumps because you're like, oh, like it makes you want to jump around and hunt shit. I mean, you know what I mean? I'm making a joke of it, but I'm glad you understand. I was fixing to say, I hope you understand. So the one that's bothering you right now, is actually one of the few where you did not incarnate as some type of a warrior. And I think that this was probably the first time that you did not incarnate as a warrior aspect, a warrior archetype. You incarnated more as, I think you meant to incarnate as a warrior. I'm trying to pinpoint a time, but this is what is now like modern day Panama. And I'm going to have to like try to describe what I'm seeing because I don't know the words for some of these things. I'm going to say that this is a really, I would bet that this is probably like 500, 600, 700 BC. It's like really, really a long time ago. But, oh. This is why you've been called to learn about shamanism. This is why this has been popping up for you. Okay. Okay. So I'm fixing to answer another question that you've had. So when you incarnated in this life, this was probably, I'm going to say your third incarnation here on earth. Okay. The first two, warrior, straight up, you know what I mean? Two really powerful male warrior lives, and then this one. And you decided that you were going to incarnate as a healer because of all the damage that you had seen done as a warrior, right? And so you incarnate as a healer into a family of healers. It's handed down. You're female. It's handed down from your mom and her grandma, you know, all those things, right? So from the time you're little, you're learning how to heal. You're learning plants. You're learning, you know, all of these things. I'm going to describe this because I'm going to do my best to describe this. What I'm seeing is like kind of an outcropping like this. And this is like a sacred site, I guess, where the elders sit. It's like an outcropping of rock, but it's not a cave. Okay. So it's like, it's kind of been carved out a little bit where it looks like this and the elders sitting here. Then there's a row of them, like 5 of them. And there is a built out roof that comes out kind of over it. And I have a feeling that this is an eclipse because the sky outside is red. And everybody is like standing in this kind of semicircle where the elders are, like the elders are here and then like that. But this outcropping is kind of up on a hill a little bit. And so the rest of the people are below, but you are here. Your mom is on this, like you all have specific places for this. But the sky is red. And as soon as this eclipse passes, it's like there's a panic. And everybody starts running everywhere and so on. I don't know. It's not a meteor or anything like that. It's an eclipse. Like the sky turns kind of red and then it stops. And then everybody panics. I'm going to say you're 13. Because I feel like there's also some big thing that's coming within a couple of days, like a rite that you're about to take on to become, you know, the full healer aspect, etc. Also, I feel like I need to point out that the women in this line, they don't ever marry. They only... I'm going to try to explain this without getting in trouble. They have specific people in the elder community of the tribe that is they are allowed to be with until there is their first daughter born, and then after that there's no more. So it's like it's always the first daughter of the first daughter, and that's it. Does that make sense? Like they never ever get married. They are always just that. But there is a rite coming up, so you can take on what your mother and grandmother and, you know, all of those, that title, basically, the new title. It's like a coming of age almost in a way. So after this panic dies down, you don't ever end up getting that coronation. There's a neighboring tribe or something. I don't know who this is. They attack you guys, and you do everything you can to save as many people as you can. You don't ever actually get your coronation. Out of the 5 elders, like 3 of them are no more. A lot of people in your village are no more. your mom, your grandmother, and you are all taken to this other place, and they try to make you, you know, heal their people, you know, be their healers. It's like they came just to confiscate you guys. Your mom ends up passing away. Your grandmother decides to help them and pushes you to help as well. And you do for a little bit, but like you an evil little kid. I'm just gonna say it that way. Not really. I mean, I understand the motivation behind it. I just wanted to make a joke because this got really heavy really quickly. So I wanted to make a joke. But it's like your grandma specifically points out to you herbs that will put someone into like a state where they appear to be gone, but not. So you guys end up making people be buried alive. And I mean, I'm not going to fault you for that because I feel like they deserved it. But this is there's two things that go along with this. One, you didn't live very long after this. Like, I don't think you lived to be like 15, because of these other people. Like, they pretty much put everybody who was left in your tribe. You know what I'm saying? So there's anger and animosity there. I wouldn't be surprised if you look at photos like history books or maps or something like that and get instantly angry at a landscape. That's why. I also would not be surprised if you have been really drawn to herbalism. I would not be surprised to know that you have been looking at more shamanic training, shamanic paths, etc., because you never got to finish what you were supposed to finish. The other thing too is there's some anger there and this need to be, yes, you are. Okay. And there's this need to be stronger, better, bigger, faster, more. Like, you are feeling this need to go Hulk out, you know, like go to the gym constantly and, you know, be paying attention and getting stronger and bigger because, yes, that's you. Because you felt like you gave up this warrior role in that life, and you kind of did in this life as well to be something else. And you feel like you gave up that warrior role and you're regretting it. Does that make sense? Like, regretting it, but not. I don't know how else to explain that. But, dude, I 100% would advise you to follow that. If you're looking at getting into herbalism, that's where I would start, is taking some herbalism classes. I'm glad it makes sense. Eclipses are very, very powerful times for you, and they're always going to be a trigger. I'm just letting you know. I wouldn't be surprised if the last solar eclipse last year kind of made you panic a little bit. Anytime there's an eclipse that's going to pass over you, or a solar eclipse, I would bet in here, in this meat sack as Yoli, you feel a little panicked. But yeah, it's always going to be a little bit of a trigger, and you don't know why. Yes, it did. Yeah. It's always going to be a little bit of a trigger. Like, it's a soul trigger, if that makes sense. Yeah. But I would advise you to 100% start learning some herbalism. Start learning that. Yeah. That's what I would advise. That's going to help you. You never got to finish that training. And so I think that by finishing that training, by finishing that path, even if you don't ever do anything with it, I think that it will allow you to let go of that karma. Okay? So if you just needed to know that you were on the right path and doing the right thing, yes, 100%. 100%. So, yeah. I'm glad that made sense, Yoli. You are welcome so much. You're welcome so much. That was an interesting one. That was like a powerful one. That was a powerful, badass one. I mean, go to the gym. Get all big and buff. Bench press a car. You know, like, whatever you need to do. Like, do all the things. Yeah, do all the things. That was a lot. All right. Payton D, are you ready? Thank you guys for all the likes and the follows and all that. Did you say, oh my God, my show's on? Stop it. You stop it, Payton. That's funny as shit. Stop it. Stop it. All right. I feel like I need to get comfortable. Hold on. Hold on. We gonna get comfy. My show's on. I can't with you guys. I love you. That's funny. All right. Payton. I can't. Stop it. It makes my face hurt. Okay. Y'all are funny. Thank you, Yoli. All right. Payton. Have you always wanted to be a mermaid? What the hell? I like immediately get... What the hell? Okay. I mean, it was self-explanatory really quickly, but I'm like, have you always wanted to be a mermaid? Like, okay. Dude, you need to do a crazy amount of fun inner child shit. Are you ready? Like, I'm going to give you a whole slew of fun shit to go do. So the life that pulled up for you now, this is about 300 BC. This is ancient Greece. I don't know, you know where like, so the little boot of Italy is right here, and it kind of comes up and down. It's like that first little curve of Greece right there. Not down where most of the islands are, but like that first little curve right in there. You grew up on the coast. You grew up in an absolutely beautiful, glorious place. Not a rich family, not a super poor family, like, you know, just had enough. Let me just say that. Not a bad childhood, had a really, really great childhood, but you were the only girl. Mom, dad, 2 older brothers, you, 3 younger brothers. So you being the only girl did not get to go out on the boat, did not get to go fishing. And I don't think that your dad and your brothers are fishermen. I don't know if they're traders or what, but there's a boat. They're always sailing. They're always, you know, going back and forth. They're gone for a week at a time and so on. And so you grow up hearing stories about these mermaids, right? The tales of the mermaids and the sirens and the krakens and like all of that stuff. But you as a kid in that past life are fascinated with mermaids, and you beg and plead to go out on the boat and see these mermaids. Your brothers even rub it in that they see like they know that you're obsessed with them. And they even tell you that they saw mermaids. They didn't see mermaids, but they told you that they see mermaids, just to torture you. And you beg and plead to go see these damn mermaids, and no one will ever take you. And I mean, I'm not gonna lie, I'm mad for you. I'm just saying, like I'm angry for you. So you go through your whole life, and that life, even though it wasn't a bad life. So let me reiterate that it wasn't a bad life, but you spend a lot of your childhood staring out, you know, sitting outside by the ocean, sitting on this little hill, looking out. You spend a lot of your life, sounds about right. You're drawn to water and in the middle of Ohio. Oh, that scared the shit out of me. Did it scare y'all? You spend a lot of your life just staring out at the water, staring out at the ocean. And you miss a lot of your childhood because you are you're convinced that, you know, I mean, your brothers really weren't they really weren't very nice to you, because they'd be like, oh, you know, Papa said that he's going to take you out next time. He's going to take you out on the boat next time, or so on. And he never does, because he doesn't want you to get hurt. So you spend your time staring out at the ocean, waiting for them to come back, waiting to see a mermaid, like all of these things. So you don't make a lot of friends. You don't go play games with the other girls or things like that. Like, you do your chores, you do your work, etc. So here's the thing. I don't see in this life you living past 10. I don't. There comes a time where I think that your brothers have teased you enough, and your father kind of just blows you off. It's not like he's doing it on purpose. He's told you he's not taking you out on the boat, so he's not taking you on the boat. You stow away on another boat. I don't think you're paying really close attention to what boat you're getting on. You follow your dad and your brothers down to the dock one day, and you just get on a boat. You're bound and determined to show them that you can. And you get in a box, a crate, something. It's a long box, and you get stuck in there. I would bet that you're claustrophobic. I would bet you don't like tight spaces at all. Not just claustrophobic, but you don't like tight spaces at all. You don't like feeling like something's compressing your chest. I would bet that you instantly panic when that happens. And then I'm not quite sure what happens, but I don't know if you run out of air. I don't know what happens, but some of the sailors, you know, in going like 2 weeks later, in going through these boxes, they find you and they just dump you overboard. So your parents don't really know what happened to you. They just know that you disappear, and that's it. They don't know what happened to you. And that's really shitty. So here's what I'm going to tell you, because there's a lot of inner child work with this. There's a lot of inner child work with this. And it will help a lot. Go buy yourself a mermaid Barbie. Go buy yourself a mermaid doll, a mermaid figurine, whatever. Watch some movies about mermaid. Watch some cartoons about mermaids. Not what you were expecting, but it makes sense. Okay. I mean, I don't know if there's any up in Ohio, or if you can look online and find videos of the ladies that they have the full mermaid tails, and they do the shows and stuff like that. You need to scratch the mermaid itch, my friend. Like, fall down the rabbit hole and get obsessed with mermaids for a little bit, because you never got to see one in that life, and that was the only thing you ever wanted in the world, was to see a mermaid. So I would recommend doing whatever you can to see that mermaid. You're obsessed with pirates. Of course you're obsessed with Pirates of the Caribbean. Of course you're obsessed with that. It's an issue at that point, at this point. You also just bought a paddleboard. Well, you need to go ahead and fall down the mermaid. You need to go fall down the mermaid rabbit hole. Like, your spiritual advisor is giving you permission to buy mermaid shit. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. So that's probably why you love the water. It's probably why you love the gorgeous blue waters. I find that interesting that there's a creek by your house and you can't go by yourself because your mom said it wasn't safe. I mean, I'm going to say she's right. Especially with the floods we've had lately. But, just saying. I'm just saying. Aw, because she loves you. Because she loves you. I'm not gonna lie, like, I remember as a kid, like, I don't know how I survived my childhood. I'm not gonna lie. Aw, I love that you said I love her too. Like, I remember as a kid going whitewater canoeing with my dad in flooded lakes and creeks. I remember, you know, like, in no way now would I let that happen, you know. But fall down the mermaid hole. Fall down the mermaid hole. Fall down the mermaid hole. I'm just saying. Yeah. Just saying. I'm giving you all the permission. So I fully understand your obsession with the Pirates movies. Just saying. Just saying. I 100% full on understand the obsession. I know that's not what you expected, but I hope it makes sense of a lot of things. You should be able to sing like a siren, but it's not quite there. That's funny. That's funny. That's funny. Yeah, I think that's hilarious. I think that's awesome and hilarious. Well, if you guys are wanting to get on the list for a report, it is 9:07 my time, and the list closes at 9:30. So that way I have time to get them done throughout the next week. You are welcome so much. I mean, there are worse things to be obsessed with, Payton. I'm just saying, there are so much worse things to be obsessed with. So much worse. So much worse. Just saying. All right. I'm horrified of cruises too, but I think it's because I watch too many horror movies. You know, that makes sense though. You're horrified of cruises like out in the ocean. That makes sense. I mean, because, you know, they just threw you over out in the Mediterranean. I'm just saying. They just threw you over out in the Mediterranean. So that's, I would say that is 100% a legit fear. I would say that's 100% a legit fear. So yeah. Probably after the 1st of August. What features do you have? You actually had a very interesting, I'm going to describe you sitting, it's so funny. I'm going to describe you sitting on the shore. You have like a very slender jaw. You don't have the normal square Greek jaw. You have like this very slender, like heart-shaped jaw. You also have a very small, slender nose. Your mom is not full Greek. Does that make sense? Like your mom is not full Greek. Your hair is also much lighter than your brother's, your dad's, or everything. That you have like, it's almost like these blonde streaks right here, but they're not quite blonde. It's almost like a honey, I guess, like these little honey colored streaks right here. The other thing is, yeah, you don't look like your family. It's interesting. You don't look like your family. You look like your mom's mom. You look like your mom's mom because you just don't have the normal Greek features like your dad and your brothers. Your mom has them to an extent. Like your mom, I want to say that her mom is from somewhere way north. And her dad, like your grandpa is Greek, but your grandma is not. So that's where the lighter hair and the jaw comes in. But yeah, seeing you sitting there, you know how when you're a kid you get those little like tiny curls, my grandma used to call them my horns right here. That's what you had, and they were like honey colored. You also had big old, I want to say that they're blue, but they're like a deep, deep, deep storm blue. Does that make sense? Like, yeah. You have Irish curls now. Yeah. You like stormy blue eyes. So, yeah. I have not finished the list for tonight. No. Let me see where you are, Kirby. Hang on. Did you do a report, Kirby, or were you last night? You might have been last night. Let me look. Let me find you. You are so welcome. Nope. Drag the puzzle piece so we know that you're live. Okay, there we go. Kirby, did you get like a report, or are you, I'm trying to figure out what list, because I don't see you on my past life list. Oh, let me refresh then. Maybe I just need to refresh. Hold on. Sorry. Y'all, my head is killing me. This is bullshit. There you are, Kirby. Yeah, you've got a report. Because Michelle is my last live read tonight. I've got Lauren, Sierra, Jenny, Monica, and Michelle. Because my live list was sold out. So yeah, you get the bougie report. You get the bougie report, Kirby. Me too. It's just this stupid weather. Like, I feel like somebody's pushing my temples in. You know what I mean? And it's bullshit. It's bullshit. So, yeah. In fact, we're going to look and see. What's up, Vladdy Patty? Hello. Oh, of course, because there are storms popping up. I'm so sick of this shit. Vlad, it's going to storm again. It's bullshit. Do you agree? Yeah. Dude, it absolutely drives me up the wall. It does. It's terrible. And I need to talk to somebody that's a meteorologist and ask them about this, because I don't know what it is about the Midwest. It happens in the South too, but it's really bad in the Midwest. Anytime I'm in the Midwest, Texas, Oklahoma, Kansas, some of it I'm sure is the humidity. Some of it I'm sure that it's, the pressure, etc. But when I was a kid and growing up in Colorado, we have storms. You have storms in Colorado just like you have storms here, right? I never had headaches like this. I never had headaches like this. And then like when I've been in Pennsylvania, I don't get headaches like this. When I've been all through the South, when I've been through the Southwest, I don't get headaches like this. I don't get it. I don't get it. I hate it here. All right. All right. Lauren, let me get through my list so you can go to bed and I can go to bed. If you guys want to grab a report, that's all that's left on my list. Those are not done live, just so you know. They're not done live. You get a bougie report. You get a bougie report. I'm just saying. And they do take me a few days, so bear with me. But you can only get on the list for about another 15 minutes. Just saying what I'm saying. Just saying what I'm saying. I'm trying to make it through my list so I can go take some Tylenol PM and crash. My kid is at her dad's tonight, which means it'll be quiet in my house all night long. I'm not going to know what to do with myself. She's not loud. She's not loud. I mean, after having 3 teenage boys, yeah, she's not loud. But she does get up at 2 or 3 in the morning and go cook food. She gets up at 2 o'clock in the morning and go. About her email. Oh my God. If you guys ever really heard about some of the stuff she rants about, it's so funny, but it's so true at the same time. I tell her all the time, I'm like, I just need to record you all the time. I just need to record you and then make you your own weird social media channel, because she is absolutely fucking hilarious. She is absolutely fucking hilarious. And it's like this kind of dry hilarity. I don't know. All right, Lauren. Lauren. All right. Lauren. Lauren, I would not be surprised to know that you were born into a family that twins run in, because you usually tend to incarnate as a twin. You tend to incarnate as the female, and there's always, not always, but almost always another soul, and it's not a twin flame or anything like that. It's just one of the people in your soul tribe. They incarnate as the male. Like you almost always incarnate as twins. Sometimes you do incarnate just as brother and sister, but I'm gonna say this because as I was about to dive into this past life, that soul isn't here in this life with you right now. And I think that it's why you always have this kind of sadness, like you're missing somebody, but you don't know who you're missing, because that brother, that soul didn't incarnate with you this time. And I can't answer why, because I know that was going to be your question. I can't answer why. It just, I can see that they didn't incarnate with you this time. Those are probably not helping my headache. Okay. So the past life that I'm seeing, it's really short and sweet. You ready? Once upon a time. Sorry, I gotta make a joke about. So this This is in the like late 1400s, like 1477. I don't know where this is. I am going to say that this is somewhere on the eastern coast of Africa, but I don't know where this is. So you and this brother, this twin soul, this brother, incarnate into a very wealthy tribe, like very wealthy. Dude, you two have like an amazing childhood, like running with animals and doing whatever the hell you want to do. You're born as the chieftain's children. You technically are the oldest by like a couple of minutes, but of course you are the girl. But your father like dotes on you, like you are the favorite. Like your brother is trained to take his place, but you are the favorite. Like, and you, dude, you have a real high intelligence. Your soul is really intelligent. I would not be surprised to know that you're, like an Orion starseed, or, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to know that you're Orion or Andromedan, but specifically Orion. You're very, very talented when it comes to patterns, to math, to, geometry, to space, to technological aspects. Like you're very, very, it's like you slip from normal human Lauren into like technological Lauren, like really quickly. It's like a whole personality shift. But in this, your father really comes to depend on you, even as a kid, like 5-6 years old. You hear him talking about stuff, and you know he's showing your brother something, training your brother, and you know you're walking through or something. You're like, well, I don't know why you just don't do this. And he kind of looks at you like, oh my God, that like he starts to take your advice from the time you're like 5 or 6 years old. He doesn't tell anybody else that you know you're that intelligent. He's taking your advice, but you end up becoming, I'm going to say almost like an advisor to your brother, because your dad trusts you. He trusts you so much and tells your brother to really pay attention to you and so on. I will say this, it's so weird. It skips from the time you're like 5 or 6 up to you're in your 20s. You and your brother don't ever get married. Neither one of you ever gets married, or I fibbed. You did get married. You got married. Your brother never gets married. You get married. And you're only married about a year. You have a absolutely beautiful little girl, but your husband passes away in a water accident. We're just going to say it that way. He drowns. And you just never remarry. Like you just raise her and you never remarry. I mean, that's a really big tragedy in this life, but other than that, it's like a Disney movie. It's like a fairy tale life. Like, it's absolutely gorgeous where you are. The weather is fantastic. You have all kinds of food. There's plenty of, I mean, it's safe. Like you raise your daughter, she ends up, you know, you do get to meet your grandbabies. She gets married to one of the, you know, the most powerful, most talented warriors, and you end up with 3 grandbabies before you pass away. And you passing away is just you not waking up one morning. And I can tell you exactly why this past life is pulling up for you right now, and exactly why I would not be surprised to know that you've been dreaming about a scene, or you have a scene on your computer screen or something, but this is like looking out over these plains, big mountains way off in the distance, amazing blue sky, little tiny dotted clouds, and it just looks like freedom. So the theme of this life in particular was that you were free to do whatever you wanted. If you wanted to go out and take a walk and, you know, be gone for a week, you did it. It wasn't safe, but you did it. But the freedom that life afforded you, that is why this past life is popping up for you right now, because you miss it. You miss it. It was simple. There were easy to follow rules. Does that make sense? Like, don't do this, don't do this. And that was about it. There was, everything was easier is how your soul sees it. But the freedom is what your soul misses, Lauren. It's going to be hard to scratch this itch, but what I'm going to advise is this. Look at drone tours of, or drone flights over plains, over mountains. Look at, when they go up in a plane and they take their cameras and they're flying over, some of the herds of animals and stuff like that in Africa. Watch those. Like, those are going to help. They're not going to completely obliterate that need for freedom, that need to go run with animals and stuff. It's not going to erase it. And I keep saying that because I keep seeing it. It's not going to erase that need or that feeling, but it's going to help. It's going to help. I also would advise, especially, I keep feeling like I need to tell you, like on a computer screen or whatever, find photos of the Sahara. Find photos of, I know that's the desert, but find photos of the savannas. Find photos of the animal. You know what I mean? Like, find those kind of photos and put those on your computer. Put those on. Find people on YouTube and social media to watch that live there. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, surrounding yourself with some of the images is going to help. It's not going to cure it. It's not going to cure that itch, but it's going to help, if that makes sense. It's going to help, I promise. But the freedom is what you miss. That freedom is what you miss. I'm not going to lie. Like, that seems like a glorious thing. I mean, every life comes with hardships. Don't think it doesn't. And so when I say, oh, this was a glorious one, or this was a vacation life or whatever, every life has hardships. Every incarnation just has hardships. It does. I mean, it just is. It just is what it is. Welcome to being alive. Welcome to being alive. So yeah. Oh, is that you? Take my lucky hand. Is that you? Your dad is a twin. Yes, you feel trapped at work and just want to be left alone all the time. So did your jaw kind of hit your chest when I asked about twins? You love your family, but please leave me alone. Yes. Especially since that was like the first thing I mentioned. That's funny. That's funny. That's funny. You feel like an advisor at work. What do you do? Like, how the hell are these people in management? Girl. Oh, you're a supervisor in an office setting. Oh, I don't envy you at all. I'm not gonna lie. I read that as I get a petty, not pretty, but petty glow. I was like, I mean, validation is fantastic. You know what I mean? And it used to be so great when I did these, when people are sitting across from me. You know what I mean? And like, if she had been sitting across from me and I'd been like, first of all, twins, you know, and she'd be like, oh my God, you know, like that's, yeah. So it's nice to have that validation. I'm not going to lie though, last night when I was like, what's up with your arm? You have like a scar here. And she was like, what? I'm just saying. Oh no, my mods are 100% the petty kings and queens. I'm just saying. Just saying. Yes, you should. Absolutely. Aw, hey, Charlie. Yeah, I love these. I love these so much. I do. All right. I have Sierra, Jenny, Monica, and Michelle. Let me get through these last 4 because my energy is doing this. I can feel it and you can feel it. All right. Sierra. Sierra. Ooh, you've been ready to just punch people right in their chiclets. Okay. You have like this aggressive streak that's popped up in the last couple of weeks. And it's funny. It's not anger. It's literally like this weird aggression that's popped up. Because... what movie did you watch? You watched either a movie, part of a movie, TV, like you watched something on TV and you woke up the next day and this thing just kind of triggered a little bit. Okay. One of your very first lives. One of your very first lives here. Would be like, dude, I don't even know how long ago this is, like Mesopotamia. So first of all, you incarnated twice somewhere else in the universe before you incarnated here. And you incarnated here. Dude, you like a challenge. You are so stubborn. You incarnated here on Earth because it's like your soul was like somebody, it's almost like somebody dared you to do it. And you were like, psst, took it as, you did it as a joke. And then when and please don't take this wrong, but like when it failed and you didn't come out like, you know, like this crazy, like, look what I did. You were like, wait, fuck that. Let me go again. And this has been a challenge to you. You almost always incarnate on earth as a challenge. You take on some of the hardest fucking lives as a challenge. As a challenge, like on purpose. Like you enjoy it. It's so funny. And I would not be surprised if you have some, and don't take this wrong, you have some like reptilian or draconian starseed markers, because like you love a good challenge, you love chaos, you love to fix shit, you love to prove people wrong. So the aggression aspect that's been popping up, let's talk about this, because the past life, I'm going to describe the little bit of things that I can see. It's really weird. I just see like snippets, and I don't understand why, but okay, just snippets. I mean, this is like so long ago. This is like hunter-gatherer type of thing. You're a male in this life. This was your first life here. And I mean, running, stabbing shit with rocks, like that kind of stuff. I see you like jumping on shit. I would not be surprised to know that you loved the original Croods movie. But it's so weird. Just snippets. Like jumping off of something, a rock or something, and outcropping onto a big animal. Chasing other people that stole your shit. Like aggression. Like super aggression. It's funny and not funny. It's funny and not funny. Okay, let me say that. It's funny and not funny at the same time. However, there was a lot of just primal feelings with that. Happy, sad, anger, hungry. You know what I mean? Like just primal things like that. That were easy to identify and easy to fix. And whatever it was you watched triggered this aggression in you. Like you would really like to go just randomly stab some shit. I think also you've been either dreaming of this or traveling in your sleep and reliving it, if that makes sense. Just because that was a life where if you wanted to go out and run until you fell down, that's what you did. That was a life that if you were hungry, you went out and you jumped on top of something and, you know, stabbed it with a rock. You know, I mean, it was a very, very aggressive existence, if that makes sense. And I think that it's kind of popping up. I wouldn't be surprised to know that you have dreams where you are chasing something. Where you are chasing it. Not somebody's chasing you. You are chasing it. Where you are the aggressor in the dream. You know, like, and you wake up and you're like, what the fuck was that? Like, this has been... You feel like you're in a cage. You feel like you're in a cage. And I mean, I don't think like literally, don't think that, but like, I don't know what's popped up lately. And I don't know if I hope this makes sense to you. Like you feel like you're in a cage. You feel like it's not even stuck. Like somebody has you stuck on purpose. Girl, you need to do a return to sender. You need to do a return to sender right now. You need to do a cleansing, a full cleanse of your space, and a fucking return to sender. I don't know. Let me not say that. Somebody's fucking with you. Somebody's fucking with you. That's why this like primal aggression has been triggered. Somebody's fucking with you. I just saw a chicken foot. Scarly, are you here? I don't know if Scarly's still here or not. Sierra, didn't you just move down? Didn't you just move to Mexico? Am I wrong? Okay. I don't think Scarly's here because usually she'll pop in and say, I'm here. Because what I saw was interesting. It was like, it was a chicken foot, but it was like the chicken foot and still part of the leg. Yeah, will you, Christine? I don't know if she's still awake or not. Because I mean, it's kind of late. I don't know if she's still awake or not. You need to do a cleanse. Like, you need to do a cleanse and you need to do just a return to sender. I don't think that you need to hire anybody for this. This is what I would start. And to be honest, I kind of feel like this is somebody like testing your abilities, testing your boundaries. Like, that's what I feel like this is. I don't feel like it's like somebody cursed you or hexed you. I feel like they're fucking with you to see. I feel like they're fucking with you to see what you can and can't do. That is the weirdest thing. But I think that whatever this is why this aggression has come up, and why this past life came up, and why these particular things are being like repeating in your dreams and in your life and so on, and why you're feeling like you're in a cage. Because like the chicken foot I see specifically, if I'm looking at it, I'm going to say this is from a rooster because it's got the claw at the top. But it comes back, it has all of the toes are curled this way, and the one is like this. Like, it's been made to look like that. Like, it's been made, these have been made to curl like this, and this one curls around. And then the chicken is red. Like, the feathers are red and white up here on the leg. But I don't understand why I'm just seeing that part, and I'm specifically seeing the way that the claw has been made to dry. There we go. That's the right word. So Scarly may be asleep. The only reason I said something I said was, going to ask Scarly is that her family is from Mexico. And so she's very well versed in what that meaning would be. So I'll have this uploaded, and Christine's like super woman about getting them timestamped, and that way Scarly can go back and listen to this. So would you send a message, Sierra, to the site, or I can have Scarly send you a message, one or the other, because I don't think it's somebody doing something super nefarious. I just think they're testing you. I think they're testing your boundaries. Yeah, message the site and I'll get this time stamped for you. Okay? I'll get this time stamped for you. Because she can give you better ideas and stuff to get at the Botanica than I can. You know what I mean? Like, girl is well versed in what they have at the Botanicas. Like, I'm not, but she is. So, you're welcome. That was an interesting one. I'm like, why am I seeing this shit? That's why. That's why you've had this like crazy aggression popping up and wanting to like clean the house repeatedly when it's already clean, and watching out your door all the time. Like, I would not be surprised if you have felt paranoid lately, because like it just, yeah. I just saw a white house with red trim, like around the windows outside is red shutters. the roof is not sloped very deeply at all. It's not a flat roof, but it's very, very low like this. And the roof is also like a light gray. There's no trees in this yard either. And I would say there's like a carport or like a lean-to something on the side of it. I mean, it looks like nobody lives here, but somebody lives here. I don't know if you recognize this house or not. There is a chain link fence around the front. White mailbox. Yeah, I don't know if you recognize the house or not. You haven't wandered much. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. It's weird. And it's not like a bright red trim. It's like maroon. It's like maroon. But the roof is gray. Like a real pale, pale gray. If that makes sense. Yeah, we'll get Scarly on it because she'll know what I'm talking about. She'll know what I'm talking about. Because that's weird and I don't like it. I don't think it's anything bad. So like, don't think that. But definitely need a cleanse and a return to sender. That person can fuck off. Like, that's bullshit. It's bullshit. Bullshit. Does that make sense, Sierra? I know that was a weird past life read. That was a weird past life read. Go jump off a boulder. Onto something soft. Yes, a lot of sense. Okay, good. Good. I was like, God, I hope this makes sense because it's weird. But look what I do for a living. There's that. There's that. You've also been getting more migraines lately. Okay. Okay. That makes a lot of sense. That makes a lot of sense, actually. So, yeah. Trying to fix something there. There we go. We're going to take that off because the list is closed now. So. All right. Jennie. There we go. My brain hurts. I'm like, but I know if I put my glasses back on, it's going to pinch right here. And then I'm going to be a cranky. There she is. What's up, Jennie? You ready? Thank you for being so patient. As I've been blah, 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 blah. I hope Monica and Michelle are still hanging out too. I see you over there, Jennie. Honey, if you're not an energy worker, you need to be. If you're not an energy worker, you need to be. Because as soon as I started kind of like channeling, pulling a little bit, it's like, I'm going to say it this way. I saw you see me. Does that make sense? I saw you see me. If you're not an energy worker, you need to be. I see you over there, you powerful little shit. I see you over there. So I'm going to say this. You should. So you said I'm not, but you're not one yet. You should. You should start down the rabbit hole of energy work and Reiki, quantum Reiki, like things like that. I think quantum Reiki would be one that you will be very good at and you'll be fascinated with, because I feel like you have extremely vivid dreams, and I think that when you get really close to somebody, you dream about their lives. Does that make sense? You dream about their lives. So like if you say best friend, you hang out all the time, you talk all the time, you start suddenly having these crazy, intensive, vivid dreams. And when you finally tell them, they're like, oh my God, I've had a dream similar to that or whatever. You dream about their lives, about their past lives. You also, when you were a kid, had a lot of vivid dreams about your own past lives. I keep seeing something that's like, it looks like a silver shark, but it's not. I don't know how to explain it. It's like a weird tube. But you've dreamed about this weird being. I'm just going to say that. This weird being a lot. I think this is actually a guide. I know it doesn't seem like it would look like a guide, and I know that it doesn't seem like it would be because of the way that it appears, but this is one of your guides. Okay. Life. Past life. Thank you. I would not be surprised to know that you're fascinated with Nikola Tesla and his work, his story, etc. So you were born in 1880. You were born a male in New York. You were born to a professor. 2 professors. Your dad's a professor. Your mom is a very talented lady. Gave a lot of lectures, did a lot of public speaking. Technically a professor, but she was a woman, so not quite a professor. But you were born to a very, very intelligent family. And you were very intelligent as well. So intelligent, in fact, that you got a job in the U.S. Patent Office while you were in college. Your dad pulled some strings and got you this job. And you came across some very interesting things, just in passing and so on. The reason I said that I think that if you're not familiar with Tesla or his work, there's your rabbit hole, because you got to meet him a couple of times. You got to look at some of the things he tried to apply for patents with. And you saw things you shouldn't have seen. Not only did you see things you shouldn't have seen, but you knew things that you knew a lot of things about some interesting people. And basically, at first you got paid to keep your mouth shut about it, and then it was a threat to keep your mouth shut about it. Your family was threatened, like things like that. You ended up, I'm going to give you some other personal details here in a little bit, but you ended up quitting at the patent office and went to work with your dad at the university, because it got to the point that even though you loved your job, and it's not like you went seeking this information. It came across your desk, and there were people trying to steal the information. Let's say that. Not only that, but it came across your desk, you saw it, and they were trying to erase that. While you're at the patent office, you meet this lovely little secretary with these gorgeous little blonde curls and instantly like smitten with each other. It takes about, it's funny, it took you about 6 months to ask her out because you were kind of shy and were so afraid that she was out of your league. So it took you about 6 months to ask her out. And when you finally go out to dinner, she has this cute little like Cupid doll voice, you know, like, why did it take you so long to ask me out? And you tell her because she is the most beautiful woman that you've ever seen in the world. And that every time you're around her, your feet shake, and she just grins and she giggles and she kisses your nose, and like that's it. Like the two of you are together for the rest of your life. You have 2 little girls. One of them looks exactly like her, like the little blonde curls and everything. The other one's she becomes a ballerina. Okay. She loves to dance. She loves to dance. You have a fantastic marriage. You have a fantastic marriage. You have the cutest family. Nice house. You know, not crazy wealthy or anything, but nice house. You know, sitting at home on the couch by the fireplace, smoking a pipe while the girls play. You know, like it's like the picture perfect little family there. So when this stuff comes across your desk, like as soon as it comes across your desk, you know, it registers in your head. You're like, oh, that's kind of cool. You know, that's kind of interesting. And you kind of read through it a little bit and so on. And you're just doing your job, right? You know, reading through it and checking this and cross-checking that. And then a couple days later, a bunch of men come into your office and they're like trashing it while you're sitting in there. And you're like, what the hell? You know, you're freaking out. And basically they manhandle you a little bit. And then later that afternoon, a gentleman in a gray suit with glasses and like almost black hair, kind of graying at the temples, comes in, apologizes, you know, with his big old suit on, and basically slides you some money to be quiet. And then that's on a Friday. You go home and you're really kind of rattled. You go to see your parents that weekend. Like you take your wife and the girls and you go to see your parents. And stay there for the weekend. And when you come home on, you know, Monday, you go back to your office, and your office is completely trashed, upside down, files everywhere, chairs are like your office has been ransacked. And then that's when the threats and stuff began, and it goes on for about 2 years, and then you decide you're done. You're not doing it anymore. So I think, before I go too much further, I think the reason that this life is popping up for you right now is that you feel like there's some shit going on that you really ought to talk about. You feel like there's some shit going on that you can't just let continue to sit and go behind the scenes. But you don't know how to talk about it or how to approach it without that feeling of somebody's going to ransack your shit again. I think that you also see a lot of people in the same situation that you felt like you were in then. I mean, it's not the same situation, but you know what I mean? Like you feel like they've seen some stuff, they know some stuff that they shouldn't, and like that kind of stuff. You're getting, like, your soul is getting triggered from that same type of shit, that same type of like cover up bullshit, and it pisses you off. And I think that there's been a lot of things, especially in the news and social media and so on, that have been absolutely pissing you off to your core. And I would not be surprised if you told people around you, like, I don't see how people don't see this. Like, you can't wrap your brain around how some things are happening and people are just like oblivious to it. They don't see the pattern, etc. Here's what I'm going to say. By the way, you randomly died from a heart attack when you were only in your early 50s. It was not a heart attack. It was like you died in your office at the university. And it wasn't. There were some people that come in and made sure that you didn't say anything to anybody else. So I would bet that you have a problem with things being around your neck. I would bet that you have a problem with anything being really tight tight necklaces, chokers, turtlenecks, etc., you're always like pulling like this, like you can't handle anything tight like that. You know what I mean? But here's what I'm going to recommend, because this was an interesting one, and there's not, it's going to be really hard to kind of deal with that a little bit. I would fall down the rabbit hole about Nikola Tesla. I would really fall down the rabbit hole about Nikola Tesla. B, the only way that you're going to get some of this stuff out about how you feel about certain things, you're just going to have to put it out there. But the thing is, it's up to you. It's up to you what you put out there. I'm thrown off right now because I just got a message at the bottom of my screen that says, you've gone live for 90 minutes. Bitch, I've been live since 5:30 and it's 10 o'clock. I think that's longer than 90 minutes. That's way longer than 90 minutes. I'm not sure the right advice to give you, Jenny, to be honest. But I would 100% recommend you falling down the rabbit hole about Nikola Tesla. I love that you said you love Tesla. Yeah, that math ain't mathin'. Math ain't mathin'. I to be honest, I think that in reading about him and in like really in depth, I think that will help. I mean, if you feel like it, fall down the conspiracy theories about him, that might help as well. It's hard for me to give you really some advice on this one because there's a lot of things that they're never going to get solved. There's a lot of things that, you know, even if somehow you could be like, oh, this. Does that make sense? So I think by reading about him and learning about him, I think that will help you. So did that make sense about pulling the necklaces down? Like constantly pulling necklaces down? I'm glad that you're picking up what I'm putting down. Yes? Okay. I'm glad that made sense. I'm glad that makes sense. I'm going to sneeze here in a minute. It's coming. I can feel it. You're welcome. Oh my God. I swear if that did not. I'm not going to lie. For a minute, I was like, oh my God, I'm right there and I'm not going to sneeze. That is the worst feeling and I hate it. I hate it. I am definitely going to have to go take some allergy medicine. Ugh. Confirmation sneeze. You're not wrong. All right, Miss Monica. Have Monica and Michelle. We ready? The teasy sneezies are 100% the worst. Yeah. All right. Miss Monica. Man, now I really wish that Scarlett was here because, girl, I would not be surprised to know that you have fallen down the rabbit hole of the ancient Aztecs lately, and there's a reason. You were born in the height of the Aztec Empire. And what's interesting is even when you were born, There is something about your hands, your fingers being like you had very large, long hands and fingers. And as you got older, you're born a male, I'm sorry. As you got older, it just, like today, you would 100% be a basketball player. You have very long legs, you can run, you can jump, etc. So then, I can't remember what the type of ball is called, but there was a game where you ran this track and you had to get the ball through a stone circle. You were like one of the most celebrated players. Like everybody came to watch you play. And that literally was your job. You were almost the first type of professional athlete. That is so interesting. But so you have these gorgeous, I don't know what they're called, Scarlywood. It's like a necklace. They're worn as a necklace, and they're also worn as like a belt, but they're rope, and they have knots in them that tell about your family, your achievements, etc. And you become almost so famous as this amazing athletic, guy, that the chieftain has feasts in your honor and all that stuff, and it's so funny, you 100% live it up with all of the girls falling at your feet and things like that. And I'm not gonna lie, like you're a handsome dude, so that is funny as hell. You don't ever get married, though. Why don't you get married? You don't ever get married. You don't get married. You don't have kids. You don't ever get married. You're just like living it up, basically, I guess. I have a feeling that, remember when I said that you have very long fingers even from birth? I have a feeling that this is almost like a birth defect, but one that you use to your advantage. And it's not that you have this powerful family you come from, but you don't come from a poor family either. Like, your father is someone who would make these leather balls. Like, it was part of his job in making other things to make these leather balls. And that's kind of how you got into playing, because you could hold them with one hand when you were a teenager. I think the reason that you never got married is, even though you were living it up, like the height of everything, you were always very self-conscious. You knew that you were different. You knew that you were taller. You knew that your fingers were elongated. Like, you knew inside that there was something wrong with you, that even though as an adult, everybody like worshiped the ground you walked on, because, everybody made bets and stuff like that. And they loved you and everything. You got made fun of as a kid so much for your stature and your hands and so on, that you took that very personally, and you were so afraid that you were going to pass that on to your kid, that you never had children, you never got married, like none of that. And I think that is what drove you. It drives you now in this life to care for kids, to care for other people, to have a family like that. That's what drove you to do that this time. You felt that need to, I'm going to say, replenish that part of your soul. I think that in the life before this, and the 2 lives before you are Monica, you had very big families in both of those lives. I think that it was just a way to fix that part of your soul. But I'm trying to see what it is that, I think the reason that this one is popping up for you right now, I don't know what's happened lately, but there's something with you that makes, like, you feel like everybody's looking at you weird. You feel like everybody is judging you or something like that, and they're not. Like, you feel like, oh, I just grew horns out of my forehead and everybody's staring at me, but that's not the case. But that's why it's triggering that feeling. Like you have this intense ass feeling lately, Monica, that you're different and that everybody can see it, even though nobody sees it. I also would not be surprised to know if you feel like you've skipped timelines. I'm just saying. I think that you feel like you've skipped timelines. Yeah? I know Monica was here. I don't know if she's still here. You feel like something's not right. Okay, so you understand what I'm saying. I'm just going to say this. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. I think that something has shifted, whether you're one of the fun people that shifted timelines lately multiple times or what. I think that that's it. And I think that's why you feel out of place. And that's why you feel like you're not fitting in, even though like that's your house and that's your job and that's your car and that's your friend and your mom. You know what I mean? Like it's all the same things. Like nothing like that has changed. But I think that you feel like something is, you just know that you don't belong in this timeline. Or so I'm glad you're like, you understand what I'm saying. Let me just say that you're not alone. There's a lot of people that have felt like they have shifted repeatedly lately. Like, I woke up, I talked about this the other day. I woke up the other day, like, flabbergasted that Ozzy Osbourne was alive. Because I remember the videos. You know what I mean? Like, things like that. It's like, what in the fuck? Like, so that's what's going on, Monica. The only advice I can give you on how to help, because I don't think there's really a fix. I don't think there's really a fix, but the only advice I can give you is take some time each day and just kind of ground yourself in your space. Not so much go outside and put your feet in the grass. Not that, but just when you're at home, you know, put your hand on your couch and feel the couch underneath you. You know what I mean? Like feel the material of the couch or the leather of the couch or whatever it is. When you're putting your socks on, like feel that's your foot. Does that make sense? Does that make sense? Physically feeling things that you know are yours are going to help you kind of ground yourself to where you are right now. Thank you, Suzanne. The sock and the seams, yeah. Okay, so you know what I'm talking about. That's going to help. I think it's going to take you a little bit to get reoriented. As crazy as this sounds, not that it's not crazy that I'm sitting here doing past life reads anyway, but I would not be surprised if you've shifted repeatedly in the last 3 months, like 2, 3, 4, 5 times. And that's why you feel disoriented and off and like everybody's staring at you when they're not. So yeah. And hey, fall down some Aztec rabbit holes. I'm just saying. Fall down some Aztec rabbit holes. Manifestation won't make you skip timelines. I really think that there's a lot of shit broken in space-time right now. I mean, I really do. There's been too many things. There's too many things happening out in the cosmos that we've caught on telescopes and stuff. You can't convince me. You can't convince me. I think that it's been broken since like 2021. Like bad broken. And speeding up. And I think some people know it and some people are oblivious, but I think that the more these things speed up and the more these things happen, the more people are realizing something's up. So the 3 months made sense to you. Okay. I'm glad. I'm glad. All right. Let me get Miss Michelle, and then I'll let you guys go to bed. Okay. Thank you, Rochelle. I've always loved the name Rochelle. I think that's so gorgeous. Michelle and Rochelle. I only went to school with one girl named Rochelle, and I always thought that that was like the most beautiful name. She was not a nice person, but her name was beautiful. Aw, thank you, Anna Banana. All right. Michelle. First of all, I would not be surprised if you like, oh, that's Vlad. If you like even numbers, if you see the number 2 all the time, if things tend to happen in twos, if everything in your life, especially lately, is very dualistic, like this happens and this happens, this happens and this happens, like everything happens in pairs and is very dualistic. But yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if you're seeing the number 2 constantly, like 222, 2220, like I would not be surprised, like to the point that you're like, I am crazy. I also would not be surprised if you're obsessed with space, if you're obsessed with ancient like star maps and telescopes and things like that. You, mother. I do not remember what time period this is, but I can give you some names and you can trace it. You were a student who studied in secret with Aristotle. You also were one of the people that was branded a heretic and unalived for it. You have a love of secret shit. You have a love of secretive shit. You are one of those people that if you were accepted into a secret society, no one would ever have to question if you were going to say stuff or not, because your soul, I don't think that this is the only time that this has happened either. I think that you have you have incarnated a couple of times into lives that involved a lot of secrecy. And it's funny, I think that in this life, as Michelle, you absolutely hate secrets. You don't want to know them because you're just tired of that burden. And I think that this is popping up because there's either somebody that you know or somebody you care about that has brought some things to you that they're like, now you can't tell anybody else, and they're really heavy things, and you're like, bitch, I don't want to know this. I think you put yourself here as Michelle knowing that this was more of a calm vibe than all this secret ass society shit. And so when somebody tells you a secret, you're like, shut up, I don't want to know. Shut your face, I don't want to know. I'm sorry, girl. Okay, so let's talk about this life, because you didn't live very long, but it was a really, really cool life. Like you were born to a family that was a little more wealthy than some of the others. The only thing I can see, it's not letting me see a lot about your childhood, because mainly it's your like 20s and early 30s before you were, put to the unaliving thing. Your family colors are like deep red and gold. Like there are, it's a tapestry, but not like a woven tapestry, like with pictures or whatever. It's just red with this gold braiding around it. And I see it hanging on a couple of the walls around doors and stuff. The house that you live in is it's beautiful stone. Like it's a pretty good size house, a pretty good size estate. Like your family has money. There's you, another brother, two other brothers, excuse me. There's an older brother and a younger brother. You're the middle. So that's why you're kind of able to like sneak in and out and not have to worry about a lot of shit, because they don't really pay attention to you. All three of you guys, all three of you boys are extremely intelligent. All three of you guys are very learned. In fact, your father makes it a point to have private tutors and things like that for you. Like it's a very big thing for him. I have a feeling that your father is in politics. You start going to these meetings with some gentlemen, just discussing things. You're invited by a teacher after having some very interesting discussions with him when you're like 22, 23, right? You have some very interesting discussions about the world and so on, and he invites you to this meeting, and you go to these, you know, this get-together meeting of these other men. There's like 8 other men or so on, and after like a year, then he takes you to this other place with these other meetings, and like, I don't think you even realize that you're part of this secret society until you're like super deep in it. But you find that you really identify with what they're saying and how they believe the world works and the universe works and so on. You're introduced to a lot of other scholars and people that are working in secret because, I mean, they're branded heretics. You know, it's not what the church is teaching. It's not what anything like that is saying, and they're branded as heretics. And so you actually become one of the few that is in possession of a handwritten book about these teachings. The reason that this is popping up right now is not so much because of the secretive aspect. It's because somebody has betrayed your trust really hardcore lately, and it triggered something in you because of this past life. And you are ready to absolutely burn things to the ground. Anytime you feel betrayed by somebody, it brings this up, because the person that, and you don't find this out until you're just about to be unalived, the person that finds out that you're going to these meetings is your father. And he turns you in because he is A, a dick, and B, so afraid to lose his position in politics that he feels the only way to keep his position, instead, because he's in your room looking for something, in your study, basically looking for something, and he finds this book on accident where you have hidden it, and instead of just putting the book back and not saying a damn word, he turns you in. He turns you in to make himself look better. Like, I'm mad for you. So anytime, that is something that you have not gotten over. I would also not be surprised to know that you have one family member that you just dislike. You have always disliked this person. You can't figure out why. They haven't really done anything to make you dislike them or anything like that, but you dislike them. No matter what your mom says, your dad, like no matter what anybody says, you're like, I hate them. I don't want to be around them. It's because that is the person that betrayed you in this other life. So anytime you see them or you're around them, you get triggered. Anytime somebody in this life betrays you in any way, shape, or form, you get triggered. And it's so weird because you get triggered and you get angry and you feel that betrayal. And then at the same time, you have this really intense fear that runs through you, like that shouldn't run through you, but it does because it triggers that memory. So you only live to be about 33 in this life. There was no marriage. There was nothing like that because you had dedicated your entire life to scholarly pursuits and so on. You also really did love alchemy and tried to get into that a little bit as well, but got fascinated with the universe and, you know, the stars and things like that. Does that make sense, Michelle? Does that make sense, Michelle? I'm mad for you. Oh my goodness, 1,000%. Do you know who I'm talking about when I say that you have a family member that you absolutely dislike? I'm so spot on with everything today. Aww. You do. You know who I'm talking about. Okay. I mean, and the thing is, they don't know. They don't know. Or maybe they do. I don't know. But, I mean, what are you going to do? Be like, hey, in a past life, you turned me in, you bitch, got me unalived, fuck off. Like, no. I mean, I guess you could. That's heavy, and I'm sorry. Not who I thought I was, but I appreciate what you learned. Gotcha. I mean, we all have a ton of past lives. We all have a ton of past lives. But yeah, that was, okay. I'm glad Vlad has words because I don't have words. Like that one was kind of like, okay. Yeah. I mean, you could 100% have been all of those things. Like, I have yet to meet anybody that has fewer than 10 past lives. Like, we all old at this point. We all old. That's why we're tired. We're all tired at this point. I don't want to be here anymore. Yeah, Vlad's in here. Rah, rah, rah. What's the matter, Vladdy Patty? What? What's the matter? I love you. He's a mess. Singing the song of his people. Aw, you are so welcome, Michelle. Thank you for waiting so long. I appreciate it. I'll get these, it'll probably take them a little bit to download from TikTok. I'll get them downloaded so they can be uploaded in the morning for everybody. Because I know there are a couple people that came in the middle or the end of their read earlier. So I want to get that up for them. So, all right, guys. Go to bed. It's been 5 hours. Go to bed. I love you. I'll see you tomorrow. It's Monday. It's Monday. You know what that means. Reiki and Zodiacs. Y'all bitches. I'll see you then.